Down the rabbit hole we tumble once again, to a place you remember, but have never truly been, where dim moonlight shines on an age long gone by, where stranger things are happening, and you very well may die. A wonderland unlike any you've ever seen before, captured by a darkness that will shake you to the core. Time is running out. The light is almost gone. Will you become a queen or perish as a pawn? Welcome to Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes.
All right, how we doing? This is Kyle the Design Merc, doing a little pickup from last night. How we doing today, peoples? Apologies for last night's reverb noise. Hopefully there isn't any on your side this time around. I don't hear it. Didn't hear it in testing, so we'll find out this episode. We are going to pick up where we left off. Little Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes, TTRPG behind the scenes. Alrighty. Let's go. What were we into? Cover art, mod 2. Working on these windows. Alright. How did I see this yesterday? It was not like that. Create a dashboard. Sorry guys, I'm still learning this whole Twitch system. It's a whole interesting, different setup that I'm not used to. And little magic. No, apparently I'm not allowed to view my stream while it's playing. Well, that's just rude. Reload player. There we go. Up and running. Now I can see shit. Alright. So, we're in the middle of making a wall here. A wall with some windows. Some notes here from the boss. Trying to protect you. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Alright, so that's that. Back to what the hell we were doing. So, Monster 2 cover, Duchess's house, outside. I don't know if I like how dark it is down here, but anyway, we'll get to that. First off, what do we do about this little greenhouse thing over here? I was planning on making it all one wall, but I kind of like those steps. It is kind of an interesting addition. Although it doesn't look very real, does it? Because you have all this shrubbery in here. See, this is one of the things you have to worry about when you're working with AI all the time, is you kind of get sucked into this world where stupid shit that it does that really is not realistic, you start falling for it because you see it all the time. You're like, oh yeah, that looks great. It's very detailed. It's very nice. Those are pretty. It crawls up the wall. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense there. If this thing's attached to the wall, how are there flowers and shit all over the place? So yeah, it's I don't know. I like the concept, but I think we're gonna have to hack it. I think we're gonna have to go back to what we were doing here and see what else we can come up with. There we go, properties. Now, originally it came up with this big massive bush, and we're not going with that either. There's that. a whole other side house. See, when you only give generative AI very basic instructions, sky's the limit. It's going to make some shit up. So strap in and enjoy what shows up because you're going to have to sift through it. Ah, it's just like it's literally the same thing as having to go through uh, clip art and stock images and whatever other resources we were using on the web before AI came around. It's kind of the same thing. You're spending hours just sitting here going through imaging, trying to figure out what works, and then you're grabbing the parts you like and integrating with what you have. So that's really the whole game. Like, look at all the. It's basically a Christmas tree. I don't know if any of this is going to work. Like, it's trying to add a whole other dimension to this. So we may have to actually go in and give it specifics and tell it to say, or tell it continue to extend the wall. Because I think at the very least, I want to get a wall done. I want to get the windows expanded. I want to see what that looks like. Get the feel of it first, and then if we decide to, I don't know, put whatever this door goes to. Door might be a good idea. See, this is the thing, is I need that space for something else. So AI is trying to lean me to another direction because it does not know what I have planned for that space. So yeah, this is going to give me a bunch of bushes and doors that I don't want. So let's try this. Extend image with similar content and style. Extend brick wall image with similar content and style. Let's try some apples. Hope you guys are having a decent work day. This is my work day. That is not the brick wall I asked for. Neither is that, and neither is that. All right, can't do that. Extend boop 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 background image with similar content and style. Anyway, my workday, your workday. More than likely going forward, we are probably going to start kicking this off at noon every day, and then I will just work until I drop, which is pretty much what I do on a regular basis anyway. So no different for me, quite possibly different for you if you decide to tune in. Otherwise, you will eventually be able to catch this on our Patreon. Link is right down there. Right down there. Yeah, right down there. And along with the links to our Instagram, Facebook, and most importantly, Kickstarter and website. So yeah, noon every day. We'll probably start there, and then I will just work until I decide to stop working, which is usually late into the evening. So there'll be some breaks in there, but we'll just try to keep the stream up and running as much as possible because we have quite a lot to bang through here, folks. All right, so it's giving me more plants, more plants. Excuse me, I do not think it understands what I'm talking about. And it may not. There's a lot of times you mess around with prompting and it just is not able to give you what you're looking for. It just gave me a whole different window. Looks like some kind of outdoor bird cage. All right, so this is obviously not working. We're 18 in, so there's no point in continuing because it's just not getting the picture. It may just be too big a space for it. Sometimes that's the problem too. So what I'm going to do is, this is where the old school tricks come into play. AI can't solve everything, folks. It really cannot. It's what we used to do back in the day, us OGs, if we wanted to extend an image and we didn't have anything else to extend it with, we would copy this image, duplicate the layer, go in here to transform. Transform is like my favorite thing. All the cool tools are in transform. And flip it horizontally so we have the same image but going the opposite way. And then slide it next to it. You're going to get a little piece here that obviously is very, very duplicado. But you have the general texture and content that you're looking for and can fix it up from there. At least you have something, right, that looks similar. So then what we do is we would slap these two things together, and we start using our heel brush and start tearing apart the grass and tearing the window out and just ripping this whole thing apart. But at least we have the base in there to kind of cover the whole empty space. It's something to start with. Um, when you start using, and you can see a little space in here, which means I did a boo-boo. That is not a good thing. You definitely do not want that. That is an incidental crack, folks. I'm going to go back in. And smack that bad boy out the way. There we go. That way we've got a fully integrated wall. Sorry about that. Mistakes happen. That's why we have Control Z, which is undo for everything. And I believe Photoshop gives you 20 undos in a row, and then it cuts you off. Because by then it's like, well, you're fucked, buddy. You're too deep. You're too deep. You're screwed now. You're gonna have to stick with what you got. All right. So nowadays, we can just get rid of this window and the rest of this stuff with AI. So I don't have to spend 3 hours chopping this thing up. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't mind doing. I can do it. But I don't wanna. I just want to get rid of the window and have it put brick there. This is the advantage of having AI and being able to tweak it to do what you want. I don't have to spend 4 hours doing the same fucking process I used to have to do, which was annoying. You'd have to sit here and watch a TV show, binge through a series because you got to go into coma mode, just going piece by piece and chopping things up. Now it moves a little quicker, moves a little faster. Got to kind of focus on what you're doing most of the time. So we just do a simple remove object in our generative AI and let Adobe Firefly do its thing. And it gave us a whole new window. Isn't that great? You gotta love it. It might have... Well, I think it was on the right layer. It gave us a whole new window. Well, that does absolutely nothing for us, folks. It gave us a different window in that spot. Bummer. Sometimes when you try to take out something too large at one time, AI doesn't know what to do with that. So you got to do it in pieces. So we'll take this part out here, just the lid, just the top of the windowsill, and we'll get like halfway down the window. Give it some space on both sides so we can pick up the brick and try it again. I don't know what that means. AIviewersstreambo.com. That sounds like a scam. Not entirely sure what to do with that. But Philip is here. Hey, Philip. He has signed on to watch the madness. All right, so it appears that that also did not work. Still too much window. All right. Dang. Again, one of the good things about knowing the old school tricks is you have to sometimes combine them. Like combine part of how you used to do it with how AI does it now to kind of really get the end result of what you're looking for. AI wants to keep the window. Well, we don't want the window there. So sometimes you have to deconstruct the entire space, make it look like complete garbage, and then rebuild it from there because at least it doesn't have some other vision competing with it because it sees a window and it can't get around the window part. It can't move on to the next thing or the blank wall or whatever else you're telling it to do. It thinks the window is supposed to be there. So until you wipe out the window yourself, it's not going to know any better. So I can go in and do what I used to do. It's not classy, but it works. So see, we'll take out part of the window. It'll replace it with some brick. We take out another part. That's just a bunch of nonsense. Here's some more nonsense. Now it's turned into a plant. Yeah, there we go. But we got some brick out of it. See, look at that. We got some brick out of it. Because what this tool does is it kind of samples the areas around where you're marking, and it kind of pulls that in and says, all right, he wants to duplicate more of this, but make it look like it's kind of merged together. That's what that brush does. So now we've got this big crack here. Bummer. However, AI should be able to work with this because it looks more like the wall. So we remove object again. Ba-da-ba! Little AI magic. All right, well, sadly on this one, looks like number one failed us. Does happen occasionally. Yeah, it's not always number one that does the job. Ooh, number two is horrendous. There we go. Number three looks a little bit better. See, that looks reasonable. We can start with that. Now, see, normally you'd see a ton of layers over here because every one of these scrubs, every one of these edits or whatnot used to just be a layer. But unfortunately, because you're working with AI, you have to merge almost every time you're editing something, because otherwise you're not able to actually edit the image fully with the tools that Photoshop gives you, because those layers have some weird masks on them. Anytime you put a generative AI mask over something, if you notice over here, this black spot means that the rest of the screen is out of bounds. The computer doesn't see that. It only sees what's in this little box. So if you try to do any major editing of this entire image and you cross over this, it's not going to count. It won't matter. So you have to merge the layers together, which is why some of these files, they don't end up with, 1,000 layers on them. Doesn't mean there weren't 1,000 layers building the damn thing. They end up with 10, but it took 150 layers to get there, and that's just the nature of having to work with generative AI. Previously, you have files that are, first of all, files are huge. Photoshop files are huge when you have hundreds of layers in them. So this decreases the kind of size that you're dealing with too. The editing ability of it later, you do kind of have to edit it like we were talking about in the last episode. Like if you don't have that MS Paint experience from way back in the day before any of this Photoshop stuff existed, it's going to be hard for some of you designers out there to deal with AI and learn how to work that into your workflow. It's going to disrupt a lot of you. It really does not bother me at all. I kind of got thrust into it, working on a separate contract, didn't have anything to do with this. I started playing around with it and learned very quickly that it is not everything that the news says it is. It's working on it. But it still has quite a lot of limitations when it comes to doing hardcore detail work like this. It just can't handle it. All right, so we are fixing up this wall. Keep generating because that looks like garbage. I just want the brick. Why is that so hard? Like he's putting dents and lines and fucking other garbage in there. Alright, we'll stick with that for the moment. It's kind of one of the best ones we got. Alright, sometimes it actually is better to use the old school tools because, like you just saw, AI wants to put all kind of random stuff there. It's just easier to use our own healing brush and kind of blank out some of these spots. That looks a little more realistic. Yeah, see, here we go. Spot healing brush, aka the OG AI. Before AI, we had spot healing. Yeah, so this is the fun part. You have to go through this and kind of edit manually and just eyeball it, there are going to be spots that don't look perfect. The great thing is, because unfortunately back in the day, you just had to let them not be perfect a lot of the times because they're very difficult to fix, or you'd have to go ahead and cut and paste little pieces from different areas and slap them over each other, fade them in, do a mask on top of it. Like it's a whole process. Now, because of AI processing, I can take those little areas and just do, like, I don't like how, let's say for instance, this area right here is not looking good. So we can just take this little area here and it should just populate more brick wall. Hopefully. There we go. There we are. More brick wall. Let's go with number 2 looks decent. Don't worry. We're going to tear up this wall. Over here, all this is nonsense. So, that's the next part. Let's drop all this in here. Let's get rid of all the duplicato. And you just have to keep doing this over and over again to the particular areas that that don't jive with the rest of your image. You just got to start picking them off one by one like a sniper. You say that doesn't fit, that doesn't fit, that doesn't fit. Make all those fit so this is at least clean. That's my personal OCD way of doing it. And then we can start working on splitting the windows up and extending them and getting this image fully kind of designed out. Yeah, let's see. Phil's saying he noticed that we got rid of the garden. I'm not sure that's going to fit in this image because we were trying to fit Lorena in here with the 2 extended windows, and we put that garden on the side, and it just becomes a whole other thing. It ends up becoming more detailed, and it's not going to end up having the same look and style that the first module had. So I'm kind of going to act like that didn't happen and we didn't see that. And just kind of move forward with what we were doing before and act like that wasn't there. that was never an option. We didn't see it. All right, that's a little bit better wall. This is all looking like Aztec shielding. I don't know why that's coming up, but yeah, so we'll get rid of this plant here. Just get rid of half of it. It might not even pick this up. We'll see. Sometimes it's a little bit easier on plants than it is on other things. There we go. Look at that. Look at that, Bobby. That's not bad. I think I like that first wall. I'm not at all worried about the posies down at the bottom here. We'll deal with that later. I'm worried mostly about the wall, the windows, and getting this kind of lined up right. See, I don't know. These just don't look like manor windows to me. Maybe I'm just being too critical. You tell me, Phil. Am I being too critical? Are these like not... I'm thinking they're like not manor windows. You know what? Let's just get a little freaky here and see what the internet says. We want to do... late 19th century British manor house. Let's see what you got. Yeah, see, these things were freaking estates back in the day. Like, they're huge. But, like, also, like, oh, this is 12th century. Like, that's some old-ass British shit. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, see, I'm not envisioning that she's living in anything like this. I'm thinking it's more like this. I think it's more like... Let's get this window in the right spot so y'all can see it well enough. There we go. Yeah, I think she lives in a crib a little more like this. Like, you've got the big oak door, the double-size oak door, whatever, and you've got the windows. But see, they used to do the double windows next to each other, or the 6 or the 3, or however they wanted to... Yeah, so you see it on this one. They got the 3 next to each other, but they're all slim. They're all slim windows. So I guess you can kind of go with any style, really. Yeah, like, look at this. This has got 6, 8, 3, 2, 3, 3, 8. Like, they take the little windows and they, like, you know, multiply them. So, and see, it's kind of, that's not the same thing, though. Sorry, don't pay attention to my babbling. I'm trying to figure out how I want this to look. Yeah, because you've got the actual panes inside there. See, those are all squared off. So we'd have to do, like... And see, those don't have ledges either. They're just straight flat windows. So we'd have to get rid of the ledges, because I don't see ledges on anything. So say we get rid of the ledges, and see, they're not brick. They're stone. I wonder if that's a problem. We like to be accurate, kids, so we go through quite a lot on deciding what we're building here. I mean, I guess that's brick. We may have to fade the brick that we've got a little bit in the image. I mean, we're gonna recolor it anyway, because the coloring right now is just freaking weird. I don't know why it came out red, blue, gray, and yellow. But I think what we do is borrow from the style that we just saw, because that's a little more accurate, where they slap the windows next to each other in these old manors. So we're not going to take this window, duplicate it, merge it together so it's a bigger window. We're just going to double the windows next to each other, with like a row of brick between it, and that acts like a single window in that particular era. But we are going to get rid of these bases here, so let's do that first. The sills gotta go. The sills gotta go. Like I said, we do like to be as accurate as possible. We definitely don't want people looking at the architecture and going, you do realize that is the complete wrong century and you are in the wrong part of the world, and what are you making up over here? Where is my contextual toolbar going? There we go. Remove object. Interesting. My stream preview keeps kicking off. There we go. Oh, apparently my bit rate is a little too high. Guess I've got super good signal. Who knows? Whatever. Alright, we got rid of that, and like usual, it looks like that's going to be the best option. Let's see here. I mean, it's not perfect. It does have some flaws to it, but we can fix that. Yeah, the idea with AI is try to get close, and then I'm going to have to fix it manually. Like, that's pretty much the rule for most of this. And like we were talking about in the last episode, you know, I have nothing against uh, illustrators, hand designing stuff. You know, I sit here for hours and digitally design. You're seeing the process we go through. Every time I'm running a brush over something and changing an object or doing editing or whatnot and using AI to do it, there's a tool in Photoshop that did that before AI existed. It just took you 3 hours using that tool to do it instead of just doing it once and AI going, okay, let me sample all the content around you and make the closest thing that makes sense. The previous versions of Photoshop weren't doing that. You had to do that with your own brain. And the you know the tools that they gave you. So you still have to spend 3 hours with that healing brush going through everything. I have to copy sections of the page. I have to copy this part of the wall over here and then make a mask on top of that and fade it in so it looked like it was part of the wall. I can still do that now, but that takes 20 minutes when I can just circle the area and go, hey, make this a different color. I don't see any problem with that. It's like you know, it's like complaining that I don't take a bicycle when I want to go to a restaurant. Yeah, because we have cars. We have cars now. I could take a bike, but I could also take a car, and it's a lot faster, and no one cares. So anyway, back to this thing. Let's get this edge right. That looks pretty finite, which isn't bad. That's crooked as shit. That's a little more realistic. Let's see here. No, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Alright. That one's clear. And now, the sill. Now you do, when you are like clearing through some of this stuff, you do want to get as close as you can paintbrush wise to the edge of what you're removing, especially when you're cutting a piece like this, because if you don't, it'll start editing. It's going to edit whatever you cover over. So if I cover over like this entire section in here, like this area, it's going to reconstruct that, and it may not look the same when it's done. It's going to think there's something wrong with that because I'm telling it there's something wrong with that, when really I'm just, you know, over my edge. So you do try to edge as close as possible so it doesn't screw up the part of the image that you actually do want on there. Alright. And there you go. It just gave me a brand new sill. So it does not know what I'm talking about. Sometimes that happens. We saw it happen before. So we'll go old school. Spot healing rush. Now, I'm not going to go up as high with that because the more space you try to put underneath the spot healing brush, the wilder your responses end up being. It's not quite as gifted as AI is. It's like early baby infancy AI that can string two letters together. Here we go. And that is a wrap. Alright. No, it is not perfect. No, it is not pretty. But that is not what we are going for at this particular juncture. We are trying to get the full image in, and then we start dealing with pretty and functional and do all the parts work together. Got to get the concept down first, kids. That is the way it works. I don't know what the hell that mark is. Alright, so that's kind of got a built-in sill there. That's not too bad. Now the other trick is, too, we're going to have to make sure... We're going to have to make sure that when we're done cutting this window over here, that's when you see on the right, we're done cutting this part out here, that it looks the same as this. Because if it doesn't, what are we doing? We're making stuff up. So we're going to run across here. Oh, sorry about that. Flip my finger up too fast. You also got to make sure you get the shadow under the sill. That's just one of those little designer tricks. I don't know if they teach you in school, because I didn't go to school for this. You got to get the shadow underneath there, because anything that's not underneath your pen mark is not getting edited. So it doesn't know that the object that left the shadow is gone. The shadow's still there. So you got to get rid of that yourself. What is it doing? It is giving me all this crazy, like, on fire brick. Alright. I think it's basically saying that you have used this brush too much. I don't have any other way to explain this particular phenomenon. It has always been like this the entire 20 plus years of my design career using the spot healing brush. It has 3 different types that you can use, and they're used for different purposes. It's up here at the top of the screen. I'm not sure you guys can see it, so let me move it down real quick here. Yeah. So right up here, you see content aware, create texture, and proximity match. They all mean different things. Content aware means that when you move your little mouse around and you cover over something, it's going to extract the content around it, like in general, the whole image, and say, okay, what do they want here? And try to place that, that answer in that spot. Proximity match is it's only going to take what's directly around the area around you. So if you're doing brick wall stuff like this, if you're doing this up here and you proximity match it, you see how it's only going to pick up stuff that's right around it. But if I do content aware, it tries to blend it a little bit more with what's around, like the texture wise. It's very weird, and it's very picky, and it's very finicky. I don't even use create texture, because really all that is you like covering over an area of brick and saying, okay, I'm going to take this area and replace it someplace else, and it will like copy it places, which is the same thing I was doing before. So that's, that just takes time. I don't use it that much. Anyway, there are different options for that, and apparently it's weird. You can use content aware for a while, and eventually it gets tired, and it stops giving you quality, responses after you cover over something. Then you have to switch to proximity match, and it usually works okay. And you got to bounce back and forth between them because they both get tired. I don't know why it does that, but it's a constant thing that I've had to deal with my entire career. Adobe, fix that shit. Like, what is that? What is that? Come on. Make your stuff work the way it's supposed to work. Don't half-ass your stuff. Alright. So, bottom sill here is still a little funky. It does not want to cooperate. There we go. Alright. It is not at all perfect, and for some reason there's a weed growing in the window. We'll fix that in a minute. But that is gone. So there's that part. Let's wipe over this, or get rid of this overhang, just like we did the other one. Remember, you gotta be kind of intentional about where your lines are when you erase this shit. that calls for a snack. Find out as you keep watching this thing that I am a huge Pringles fan. Feel free, Pringles, to sponsor us if you can do that. Yeah, that'd be great. Eat you guys every day. I'm sure they're horrible for me, but say la vie. All right, what we got here? This is not bad. Zoom out a little bit. We like. Now, I'm not so much looking at the stuff up here up top. I'm not so much looking at what's up here above the window. I'm looking at the sill line. I want to make sure that that's where it needs to be, because this can be edited again, but I want to get this window kind of locked in. Just so you know, when I'm looking at the screen, I may not be seeing the same thing that you're seeing when you're looking at it, because I'm looking for something specific. So I like the sill better on that. But you notice how it's not as deep as this one. This one here looks like it's deep in the inside the house or inside the brick, and this does not. So we're going to have to fix that. We may just have to copy and paste that over there. That's entirely possible. Let's just do it that way then. All right, we're going to, and this is not going to match at all. It's not supposed to. We are going to lasso wrap this bad boy. Copy, paste in place. Slide them over. Let's see. Make that even. Good. Okay, so what we're going to do, we are going to straight up erase that. Straight up erase that. Get rid of those edges. Just doing a little surgery, guys and gals. That's all this is, just a little surgery. So what I did is I copied the overhang for this window over here, and then placed it on top of, this window here. Lopped off the sides because they aren't necessary. This has got a definite depth to it, and we're looking at this window kind of directly on. There's a little bit of depth on the right side, but it's all based on where your viewpoint is. So when we move these windows over, we'll move them so the viewpoint is that this one is a little bit further to the left, this one's a little bit further to the right. That's why you're seeing the diversion of the sides of the windows. I kind of want to make it accurate. But this top sill here obviously does not match. So what I've done is I put a mask over that layer, which allows me to use my fun little gradient tool here, and I am able to fade my edges, or literally any part of what I'm working on. So I can fade it in to where it all looks like one piece, and you'll see it a little bit better here because the blue will disappear bit by bit. There you go. So we kind of want to blend this in to what's already there. And the best way to do that is to do it by hand. Like I said, sometimes the OG skills come in handy. Let me tell you, they have come in crazy handy on this project. There has been so much stuff that I have had to pick up on the fly that I've never used before. And then there's a bunch of stuff that I'm just like, you know what? I haven't had to do that in years. I haven't had to make that move in years, but it works right here. And there has been a ton of that action going on with building this world. Phil and I are definitely stretching the skill fingers, putting this thing together. This may be a shock to you guys, but it is just the two of us. Just two of us building this thing. Don't get me wrong, we have a team of play testers, a couple teams actually, that are doing our play testing for us. We have a couple other people that we're working with, and some other companies that we have partnered with, which we'll get to eventually later. That's not really part of this stream, but as far as the building, creation, design, gameplay, mechanics, putting the entire Kickstarter together, that's me and my boy. That's it. There is nobody else here. So I know you guys are used to having teams of people put this stuff together, but we are the team. That being said, we just made a window. There we go. Now I'm going to get rid of this plant because it's driving me nuts. This is an AI job, or a job for AI, hopefully. Let's hope it doesn't screw it up because it is kind of detailed in there. All right. I do believe we've got a couple of windows. All right. Let's see what kind of a mess we have here. So we want to go ahead and get rid of whatever this is. And of course, it's trying to make it even anyway. That's the one thing you don't want, is you don't want anything on here to look like it's symmetrical or intentionally designed. It's got to look real. It's got to look broken. It's got to look like this could exist right outside. Well, right outside in Wonderland. That's not too bad. We can fix that. Alright, and now we're going to do some spot healing, so a little old school to get rid of that. Now also remember, this looks small on the screen. This is 8.5 by 11, 300 DPI, print visual. So it looks like this is a tiny image, but we're working on it at 25% the visual. This is what it looks like when you actually print it on the book. You're going to see the actual paint colors, texture, line direction. You're going to see all of that on the actual cover because this is the actual detail work. We're working out here on structure, so you're not really paying attention to that. You're just looking at, hey, this is a wall with a couple of windows. All right. Get rid of some of that. The idea is to, so when you use a trick like taking an image, duplicating it, and you got to cover up the fact that you did that, the key is to make sure that the duplicated image that you put on the left side of the screen, like this side over here, you want to make sure that anything that you duplicated from this side and you're still keeping, you want to kind of go over that so it does not look to your eye like you just stole from over here. Like you see this dark spot right in here? The mirror image of it is over there. And if you're looking at it far enough back, you're going to see both of those things match. Well, there's no way that happened in real life. So it's my job to see those and go, yep, nope, can't keep that. So you don't edit both of them. You just edit the one. And there you go. Now you never know it was there. There we go. And that goes for any kind of line formation, coloring area, any kind of shading. If I look zoomed in here, I want to make sure that everything that's in this area, this whole like top blue section here, I want to make sure that everything in this is asymmetrical. None of it should look like it matches. If there's something that stands out, you're like, oh, there's a duplicate of that over there, then I haven't done my job right. That all looks fine. And we are just going to have this section replaced, hopefully. Let's see if it'll do it. Just to throw the rest of it off. There we go. I think I like that better. It looks a little more realistic. Yeah, there we go. Getting there, peoples. We're getting there. All right. That looks a hell of a lot better than we started out with. What do you think about that? So the next question to me that I'm thinking of while we're building this, obviously the next thing we have to do is double up the windows and handle this horizontal structure of how we're going to fit Lorena in, and we're going to fit the vignettes in the windows. That is most definitely the next thing. But in the back of my head, I'm thinking, ooh, so I'm looking at this. Am I going to want to extend this area up behind the Wonderland logo? Are we going to want to extend this down? Or are we going to want to leave it like this strip that kind of runs through here and just kind of fade it into the darkness in these areas? I don't know. But I'm thinking about that now in the back of my head while we're working on the parts that we already know we have to do. That's kind of how it works. Or at least it's how my brain works. I grew up playing chess. My grandfather was a big chess fan. Taught me when I was young, and I played pretty much through high school. Not like professionally or anything like that. And I'm halfway decent, but he was one that taught me to look and think 5 moves ahead, 10 moves ahead in every direction. So when you're looking at the screen and you're saying, okay, he's going to do the windows next, I'm thinking of the entire process that window has to go through now before I stick my fingers into it and get deep into cutting into pieces, because I want to make sure that visually in my head that's going to work in the end result. I see that as I'm going along, or I'm sorry, I see that now, and then as I'm going along, that's kind of what guides me to quote unquote get it right. Which, by the way, that's a complete lie. It's never right. There's no such thing. Now, when it comes to art, baby. All right. So, all right, we want to keep the 1/2 inch on the right here, like we suggested. So we are going to put a guide a 1/2 inch in. Now that's going to be as far as we're concerned, the edge of our book cover. We're not putting anything, window stops there, nothing goes past that point because we want that edge for printing or whatever editing they have to do when they actually go ahead and press this. All right. So what we're going to do is the next thing we have to look at. Are these windows too big? Because if we take this window here, okay, and we duplicate it here, that means this whole space is now taken up with window. We duplicate this one, that means this whole space is taken up with window. That's not a lot of space between these walls, and we're talking about two completely separate rooms that we want to show the vignette of. I think we're going to want this zoomed out even more, so the windows are smaller, which gives us more wall space horizontally, which gives us more space between the windows, making it look like they are separate rooms of the house and still giving us enough space over here for us to plant an image of Lorena kind of spying on what's going on in the house, which is what we're trying to get to. So now's our point in time we go, are those windows too big? Let's see. And you may see this over the time, watching me stream and figure stuff out. There's a lot of time you just spend sitting here staring at shit and going, is that it? Are we done? Is that right? Did I mess that up? Do I need to fix that? You just sit here and stare at things for a while and go, I don't know what to do with this yet. There's a lot of that. We do a lot of that. At least I do. Yeah, I'm thinking these windows need to shrink about 25% so we can extend the wall. I think that might be the way to go. So, until we know for sure, we're going to do this. So instead of just taking the piece we have and zooming it out like we did before, don't know that's going to work. So we're going to duplicate our background here, turn off the lower layer so the one we just copied is on top. We're going to mess with that one just in case we screw something up. Look at that, we got the extra window from the flip from before sitting over. Look at all that wall we got. All right, we are at 20%. Do we think 25 is too much? 25 is tiny. All right, so before we commit to this, let's look at it. We're going to take this window here and put another one there. Okay, we'll still have roughly our ½ inch. We have to move it over a little bit. We're going to take this window and duplicate it there. That gives us, assume this window's not here, we're going to completely wipe that window out. That gives us all this wall over here to put Lorena. We don't need that much. We need her over on the edge, right? Or roughly to the edge. We want to keep her, probably in this area. We still want to give her maybe the ½ inch off the side, because if we don't, and they go to print, and she's on this edge, it may start cutting off her shoulders, her hair, her back, like whatever we have on this edge line, and you may end up seeing less of her than what we were intending. That get kind of hinky in printing. So, what we probably want to do is we probably want to go ahead and imagine this window's not here, all right? Imagine we've got our double windows here. All right, we would probably end up moving this set of windows over to right about there. Like a little off center of screen. That way you would have this much space between the two windows. So imagine we've got windows here and then windows there. So that may be the way to go. Oh, that does mean that we are going to have to fill out all this space down here and some of this space up here because it's way too black. Like you've literally got to strip a house. So we're gonna have to build this house up a little bit. And you know, just for your thinking going ahead, what I'm thinking is we will build it up a little bit, but it's not going to matter really what we put up here because I'm going to fade it down so it's dark underneath the Wonderland logo. So you'll know there's more house up there, but it'll look very faded and whatever. So it's just the hint of this house continues, but you're not getting a bunch of detail work and it doesn't really matter what's up there. Because honestly, now that I think about it, I don't think there's anything anywhere that says this is a two-story house. I think it's a single-story house. At least the way that we have it, it's a single-story house. So there won't be like another layer of window or another level of windows up here. I mean, Phil says it absolutely could be. I mean, I don't disagree with that. So maybe what we'll do is because we're not getting into that so much. Maybe we'll make it look like it could possibly be a two-story house, and you'll just have to find out. All right, so I think 25% is a good move. That's what we've got it at right now. And let's pop that and keep that. Okay. Good deal. So, windows or extend the ceiling? It's a good question. Well, honestly, I think the first thing we're going to do is get rid of this window. Let's go back to this, get rid of this bad boy, because he doth not belong. We're going to give AI another shot at removing this sucker. We're going to lasso it this time instead of doing the cover brush. And we're going to refill some Pringles. There we go. And it just gave me more windows. What part of removing the object are you not understanding, AI? This is sometimes the battle. It's actually a lot of the battle that I run into. I don't know about Phil, but I run into a lot of battle where I give AI a command and it just doesn't do it. It just does what it wants. Very much like humans, right? Yeah, it's very interesting. So yeah, it believes that a window should go there. I don't. So, forget that. Like we have done many times in the past, we are going to spot heal you and make you trash. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. And get rid of that, and get rid of this. I don't know what is going on with this wall line. It is wild as fuck. Christmas there, a little doodad here. What is going on there? What are you doing? Just make it fucking brick. I don't know why that's so hard. Definitely don't like the way this brick looks, but we will remove that right now. Magic and gone. Boom, shaka, and laka. Not so much on that line though. I'll say it kind of makes the house end, which we definitely don't want to do. Also, just because we reduce size on this original one does not mean you toss that layer. I take all my currently turned off, currently unused layers, I dump at the bottom. Once there gets to be a bunch of them, I dump them in a folder and call it unused, just so I know all my old school stuff that at one point I said this was a pivot point in what we're building. I keep those images in there just in case, because let me tell you, one time out of 50 or one time out of 100, you're gonna be in the middle of something. You go, you know what? I need a piece from 3 hours ago that I didn't keep, and yeah, you got to find another way to do whatever it is you're gonna do because that piece is gone, and that is never fun. All right, so what else we got? We got some problems here. Whatever the fuck's going on with that. You just don't wanna move. Yep, and sometimes you're just sitting here trying a few things, trying to make it look better than it does, playing around with a few choices. Like I'm just trying to get rid of some of the things look exactly the same as they're designed across this wall. He said asymmetry is your friend in something like this. Let's do a little bit of work there. Blend that a little bit better. There we go. All right. Now do we go up? Or do we do windows? What do we think? I think windows. Now, I know you're probably sitting there going, how in the fuck is he going to do this? Because it's like you're trying to do new construction on an old house. You're trying to add windows it doesn't have. Well, let me tell you something. Years of experience, and I am a magician. So what we're going to do, copy this bad boy. Paste him right where he is. Right here. Let's take a look again at how close those windows are. They don't mess around. They put those bitches right next to each other, don't they? Okay. Okay, alright, okay. Now, to get kind of our spacing, we have something called blend modes in Photoshop, and it's kind of like it's what you guys would probably qualify as like filters, even though we have filters too, and they mean something completely different. Like if I wanted to turn this all into a different style of design, now you put it into AI and say, go make this, make it look like a cartoon. It goes and does it. we didn't used to have that. So we have actual filters and filter processing in Photoshop and what's the photography one? I can't think of it right now. There's an entirely other program that's done for professional photography that is specifically used for that. Both of those have lots of filters you can use to change styles and change effects and whatnot, and that's how it used to be done. Um, Nowadays, obviously, AI makes it a little bit different. But what blend modes are is it is actually taking the layer that you're targeting, the one that I've got here with the window, and it is automatically blending that with the layer beneath it. That's what those blend modes are for. So, like, be a perfect example. We're in normal mode right now. If you go to dissolve, you probably can't see it here unless you zoom in and I show you the difference between, well, I guess it doesn't actually do it on this. It doesn't do it on every one of them. Every image is different. What it'll end up doing on dissolve is it'll remove a lot of the pixels so it looks very grainy. So you get that kind of grainy effect. We're not going for that, but now look at this. So we move it to darken mode in blend mode, or we move it to the darken option. Notice how the window disappears, but the framing is still there. What it's doing is it's keeping the darkest parts of the image, or trying to, and leaving those on top, and everything else that is bright, it's basically merging it or removing it so you can see the background through it. It's kind of a transparency tool. So we use this to blend layers together and get some different kind of lighting aspects and things like this. This allows me to put this in here and see how far away these two are as far as window widths and where the frames are at. Now, I'm not necessarily going to keep it in darken mode because obviously we lose half the window. I just want to see where the sill's at. Alright, that looks pretty good. That's pretty close, right? Alright, that way, when we put it back, now I know for sure when I'm looking at it that the window's in the right position. So now I can start editing around it because I obviously got this big square brick. Now I got to make it look like it's part of the wall. So we do that is like we did before with the sill that we put up over here. We took that off and blended the top into the wall. We're doing the same thing with this. We go to our layers toolbar and hit mask. Guess what that is, mask? Those are tooltips. That doesn't matter. It's a mask. You put that mask up, you go over to your gradient tool, and this allows you, if you have your settings right, to blend this into the background that you have. Let me tell you folks, I have spent half my life doing this actual procedure, just blending things, especially when you work on humans, human faces, bodies. You try to replace an arm before AI, son, it's like doing surgery. It's literally like being an actual surgeon and having to replace that actual arm. It's the same kind of process. I'm in here for hours trying to make sure it lines up right. The skin graft is the same color. You're not getting different skin shading because the one you're merging into the arm that you currently have or the shoulder socket is a different tone than the rest of the body. There's all kinds of shit you got to pay attention to because you're literally Frankensteining someone. Anyway, so I spent half my life doing this. And now you get to too. Aren't you lucky? Alright, so we're doing the fade here. We just want to get a little bit of brick in between them. Now the good part is even if I get done with this and it's not far enough, it's too close, we need to move it for whatever reason, I can still slide this layer just a little bit left, a little bit right, and you're never going to see the difference because it's faded into the wall. This is I tell Phil this all the time. This technique is the Photoshop equivalent of what you see all the old Asian ladies doing on TikTok, where they walk in the frame and they're like 60 plus years old, and they spent 3 hours putting on makeup, makes them look 25. This is the Photoshop version of that. I'm making this window look 25. All right. You see how that sill, you see how this sill right here, that indention is now coming into play because I have to fade enough so that sill can still be seen. See that sill line? I don't know if you can see it. Probably not. Let me zoom in for you. Here we go. Can't quite see it yet, but this line right down the center is actually going to end up being the sill line. So I've got to make sure that I get far enough over when I'm blending that that sill line is still apparent. We'll come back up there and merge those colors better because they're a little janky. But yeah, this blending part, especially when you have to get in and do detail work. Like this is detail work. This is getting in and doing little tiny edits throughout the entire thing to make sure that you get the end product that you're looking for. Now, I may be a perfectionist. I may be mildly insane, but this is the process that I go through to get the results that I get. And I've been told for years by a lot of people in a lot of different industries that they will be coming back to me for the rest of their lives because of the work that I do. Now, that's not to brag because that's not my style. That's just what gets told to me. And I believe the reason for that is because I will sit here and spend the time and do the detail work. A lot of designers try to cut corners. They try to shave stuff. You get half-assed designs. It's not how I do it. It doesn't work for me. And it honestly doesn't have anything to do with, like the fact that you're building a product, you want it to be top notch, you want it to be quality for the people that are seeing it or playing it or purchasing it. Obviously, my problem is all in here. If it's not good enough for me, I don't like putting it out because I feel like that's a reflection on my skill and my work. So if I'm not happy with it, you don't get to see it. It's just how it works. Oh, so here we go. A little more sill work. A little more sill work. It's going to be a minute, folks. This is the boring part. This is you got to do all the little pieces that drive people nuts, that make the whole thing come together. Well, and that is one of the things that Phil and I pride ourselves on. We've been working on this for 2 years now. Now, Phil has a full-time gig. He works for Palo Alto Security doing cybersecurity, and he's doing that during the day and building this thing at night. And I'm doing this full time. I've done nothing but this for 2 years now. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, that is what it takes, kids. You want that big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? Yes, it has. It has been almost 2 years now. I mean, it hasn't. It's like a year and a half. By the time we launch, it'll end up being pretty much 2 years. Yeah, so it has been a stretch just to get to this point. Like I said earlier, thankfully all the reviews on what we've shown people so far have been great. We've been recruited by a couple of partners and some great companies to work with us to put this out. We are super excited for our Kickstarter ramp up here in the next few months. And the reason we're doing this stream, seeing this, I am not a streamer. This is not my gimmick. I like working solo. I don't want anybody around. I don't have to explain what I'm doing. I can just turn the tunes on and grind. That is my normal work mode. But we decided that you guys should see how we do this. We are starting something a little bit different than what you're used to in D&D, from what I understand. And again, I'm getting my information from Phil on that, because I am not a D&D player. I am simply a humble graphic designer jumping into your guys' world and trying to make some top-notch shit. But from what Phil tells me, a lot of the stuff that we are adding into our system and the way that we are building this game is not your standard fare. So don't be surprised with all the twists and turns. I may not understand them all, but I guarantee you he does. Alright. Now, just so you guys get an idea of what we're doing, let's zoom out a little bit. See? Look at that. Look at that. So ignore this part we haven't done yet. Now you see the sill there, and you see this piece here. That's the actual brick wall, and now this is the inset for the next window. That's why it looks that way. So we will blend this bad boy in. Also trying to keep the sill alive. Keeping the sill alive. And we will have our double windows. I am absolutely sure that somebody looking at this is going to go, Merc, how the hell are you going to put vignettes inside those windows and make it look like they're actually in those windows? That's the magic. Only the Merc knows. Don't worry. The mandate for everything that we put out is, does that look dope? No? Keep working. That's pretty much how we judge stuff. So we're going to fade this in here. A little more windowsill work. We're almost done, I promise. This is the painful part. Oh, but that's, I'm sorry, I got off on a tangent there. We were talking about, it taking as long as it's taken, and just the two of us working on this, and him working on it, half time, me working on it full time. This part right here, the part where we're truly building all the pieces and making sure that what we're putting together for fans of Wonderland is not only an interesting game, but that it is visually stunning. I want something different. I want something that is not on the market right now, that there's nothing else like it. So that's what we're striving to do with the style that we're building these in, is trying to make something that you guys can enjoy, that you're going to have fun with, but is also a bit of an art piece, a bit of a hey, we don't have to do everything the exact same way we've been doing it for 50 plus years. We can evolve a little bit and still have a really good time doing it. And I truly believe that. I think we can make some good stuff, which is why we are doing what we're doing, and I have dove head first into this project. So there you go. Now, we have 2 windows, folks. There they are. And not inside the half-inch window. That's okay. That's all right. We'll move them. How will we move them, you say? How? How will we move them? Well, first of all, we're going to make them all one thing. Just to remind you guys again, that's why some of these files, you'll see, 5 layers left in them when I'm done. Well, I'm merging the entire way I'm going. I'm having to merge so I can keep moving pieces along. Like in order to grab this, I've got to merge these 2 pieces together. So that window is where that window is. That's where it's going. So in order for this to work, I've got to take this and slide this bad boy over. We're going to go right to there. That didn't work. Not the way to do that. So we're going to copy this one, paste it on top of that, and just slide it sideways. Because that works a lot better. There we go. And you see both of them on top of each other. On this side, all I'll have to do, this side over here, this side right here, all I'll have to do is actually fade this out, and it should kind of match up with the brick on the side of this window. This we can kind of fade in, and it should be okay. Should be able to fade this in pretty easily too. The only thing you got to worry about is this, because you fade this in, you're getting more window behind it. So the idea is to take this edging, cover over this whole strip right here, so this edge no longer exists, and just blend this wall so it looks like these windows were always here. And if we do it right, baby, we'll make that happen. All right. Back to the fade. All right. Another mask, another fade. That's what we do here. And sure, you take this process and you speed run it through any video software, and you can put out one of those nice clips that shows all the pre-work happening like that, so it takes 3 hours to actually get it done. So that's the thing too. Think about this. So in Illustrator, just say I'm illustrating this, right? I'm hand drawing it, hand drawing the cover. I kind of know what I want. I kind of knew what I wanted when I walked into this. We're kind of getting essentially what the intention was when I decided to make this cover and what I was intending on doing with it. So I sit down and I sketch out the outline. You probably wouldn't see any of the wall. It would just be the shape of the windows. You get kind of your distance and your setting. Those would get set up first. I might draw little outlines, light outlines, and some structure for what goes in the windows, because I wouldn't want to put the panes on them until after I was done. So the window, when you illustrate it, you illustrate just the outside sill. You wouldn't actually put these lines in here. You'd leave them open, because that way this whole space is open. You then illustrate inside this, draw inside this, and then you draw the bars on top as if they were always there. You don't want to draw necessarily around. You want to place this on top like it's a layer and just kind of like erase through there. It's tricky, but that's the way I would do it anyway. I'm sure there's some other illustrators out there that would take the opposite approach, but you know, to each their own. Oh, there you go. See, we're starting to get overlap, and we don't want that. So that area right there, we're gonna have to fix manually. But this over here, we can still fade. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna illustrate it. I'd illustrate the the windows as they are without the panes inside them. Then I would probably run back through and start sketching very lightly where the actual some of the bricks were, just so I could get some brick line work in there. Um, when you're illustrating, you're still layering an image. Um, I don't really know if it's considered a similar fashion to the way that I'm doing it, but you're definitely going through and layering through a design. Um, and that's the same thing I'm doing. I'm layering a design. I'm just doing it digitally. I don't understand the argument of, oh, well, you're not doing it by hand. What do you think is running this mouse? My feet? It's my hand. I might as well be drawing with a pen. It's the same thing. So I'm not drawing a line. Whatever, dude. I'm still on the fade. So yeah, I don't really believe that argument that there's really any difference between. I mean, there is, obviously. Illustration is something you physically take the pen, you're drawing the line, you're seeing the thing. You got to make it physically with your hands. And yes, I'm making this with my hands, but at the same time, I'm using digital pieces. I'm using other art from other locations that I'm not making from scratch. I get it. I get the difference. Um, but to act like the amount of work, effort, skill, experience, all of that, time most of all, to act like all of that isn't going into this, I'm sorry, purists, but that's ridiculous. I work just as hard, if not harder, than an illustrator does. Because they're making a handful of images for a manual. Because they're, D&D manuals hiring 20, 30 illustrators to build different parts of it. This is just me. It's just this guy. There's no help. So because I'm doing it, this is the medium that I feel comfortable in, that I can crank this thing out and get it to you guys in under 3 years instead of having to wait 6, which is insane. That's just insane to me. That's one of the things that we are trying to build, and what we would like to call correct, that you're not waiting forever to be able to play this. Now, I will tell you, there's a little caveat to that. The way we have this set up is the Wonderland competitive campaign will be happening first once the Kickstarter is over. So that competitive campaign happens, and all the people that are involved in that competitive campaign happens before a fair amount of the additional products, like the field guide, like the complete campaign in a volume, like the completed box sets, those wait to get shipped until after the competitive campaign is over, because we cannot let out any information on what's going on inside that competitive campaign, simply because everything is point totaled, and we're looking at something that is going to end up having monetary prizes attached to it. This is a tournament, so we want to make sure that it's secure and as um, secure and as clean as possible. We have our own system that we've built and our own portal for this that's going to be built into the website once it's actually locked in, and you'll be able to access it through there. So that entire process has to be done before we get too deep into um, releasing all of the craziness to everyone physically in boxes. So we'll talk more about that in a bit. All right, so we got that kind of cleaned up. There we go. We got some little bits here we gotta clear. That's the great part of having layers, is you get to see what you screwed up and fix it before you move on. There's a little bit of that there, and a little bit of this here. Okay. What else we got? We got that up there. That's fine. We'll leave that where it is. That all looks fine. Okay. All right. So now that we moved them, let's check again, make sure we're in the right spot. That looks good. Let's zoom back out. Take a look at it. Let's ignore that line's there. That's where our windows are going to be. And then these two windows are going to be kind of over here. Over there? Yeah, like over there. Like just left the center. And then Lorena will be over here on the opposite side of the windows. So I think that's probably going to be a good way to go. We extend this up, we take those windows and move them over. You got enough space here where that's obviously two different rooms. You have enough room for here over here. I think this. I think that 25% zoom out was definitely the way to go. That way you've got way more room here on the left side for her to stand in. You're going to get enough of the vignettes in the windows to where you'll truly be able to see, you know, kind of what's going on in there. Don't get your hopes up though, because once we actually get this all finished, we are going to process it back and make sure the watercolor styling and the impressionism is running rampant over this image, because we obviously, while it's detailed, we still want to make sure you're getting the paint structure of all of this. Wow, what a mess going on over there. Look at that. Let's fix all this nonsense. See, the reason we don't fix most of this stuff right off the bat is you don't know what part of the wall is going to end up being viewed. So I'm not going to sit here and fix this entire wall and make it perfect just to lay a bunch of shit on top of it to where I didn't even need to waste my time. We'll fix the wall once we get everything laid out the way we want it, and we can see what parts of the wall are exposed and what's screwed up. Alright, so we're merging. Merging. Alright. So we got that merged. This is all one piece now. So now we just circle around, or lasso around this area. And hopefully, object AI will swap it out for us. Look at that. Look at that. Top notch. Yeah, what do we think about that? It's pretty good, right? Pretty clean. All right. Now we're going to do a little work over here, because now it kind of looks like that window was like shoved into that edge, and it's all because of this color change that's going on the wall. It's not because the window's wrong or anything. So we kind of want to blend that color change over. There we go. I don't know if I like that one. That might not be the right one. Let's do it again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Phil says he likes it, so that's all I need to hear. All right. Should we might even leave these colors on this house? I don't know. What do you think, dude? Think we leave it all crazy colored like it is now? All right. So now we're going to have a little, wouldn't call it fun, we're going to have a little fun with perspective. Because this has such an indentation here where the sill is at. That's fine because we're going to move this bad boy like right over here. Your focal point is going to be like right in the middle between these two windows. So like imagine this is over here-ish, like that. Two windows are right there. Okay? So you've got this big space in here. Say you're standing, you're looking at it right through the center. You're going to see this sill edge here, and you're going to see this sill edge here is going to be way over on this side. So the window that's next to it is going to be more towards your center, and you're probably not going to see this much sill. It's not going to be as deep. You're probably going to see like this much sill. So what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these windows, we're going to flip it. We're going to put it next to this one, like on this side of it, and we're going to slide these bad boys over, and that'll give it the right perspective from where you're actually standing at right here looking at it, or right in between those windows. Otherwise, if you do two of these in the same way, they're going to be super deep over here, not as deep over here, and one or two things happens. Either somebody looks at that and goes, this wasn't done right, or somebody looks at that and goes, this guy's an idiot. One of those two. I don't like either one, so we're going to fix it. All right, so first things first. Where's that layer in? First things first, let's finally move this window where the fuck it's supposed to go. So we're going to copy, paste, and place. That paste and place did not work very well. Let's try it again. And when you copy and you paste and place in Photoshop, the reason you do that is you want it to paste exactly where it was before. If you just do regular paste, it pastes it in the center of wherever your screen is, and then you've got to move it wherever you want. But if I'm trying to slide this thing and keep it on the same track, like I'm trying to slide it all the way to the left without it going up or down or whatever, you got to hold your shift key when you move the object, and it will keep it on that horizontal path. You see that? It's not going up or down, it's staying on that path. So we're going to move this bad boy over here. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can aim them right. Let's see the whole picture. All right. Let's put the titling up. We got these two windows here. This guy's going to be on the far side. Do we have enough room to put Lorena here? Is that far enough away? I think we can go a little bit further. I think we can line this up right there with the end of Nightmare. And there's another thing that you learn being a designer is what things need to be lined up per measurements on the screen, as far as this needs to be this X inches away from the side, this needs to be X inches down from the titling. There are certain, specs like that you got to pay attention to. But there are other things like what your eye catches and how your eye reads things that there's no book for that. There's no manual that tells you how to do those things. But I will tell you that this image will end up being more pleasurable to the eye if the edge of this window, where these two windows are, if this edge lines up with where the end's at, when you look at it, it will look cleaner to you. It'll look like it's meant to be that way. If I were to move the windows a little bit to the right or a little bit left, you might look at it and you'll think something is off, and you may not necessarily be able to tell what it is. That's what it is. It's something where the eye lines and the sight lines don't line up specifically for you, for your eyes to go, oh, that's pleasant to look at. Some of you recognize that as ASMR. You'll see that stuff on the web all the time and on social media. It's pleasing to the eye and comforting, and it's comforting to your nervous system. So if I move stuff around and this is all a jigsaw puzzle, it makes you anxious having to look at it. And while we do want you to be freaked out, anxious, and scared for this game, not while you're looking at the cover. Let's not do that. We still want you to play. All right. So, enough jibber jabber. there's that. That's the one we're going to move. Let's go ahead and put it in place. Time for some fading. Alright. Here we go. And now we're fading around this window. I told you before, this is like half the game. Learn how to layer, learn how to mask, learn how to fade, learn how to use the blend layers and blend tools, learn how to use filters. That's what this is. And like I said before, you know, that's the old school version of what this is. Now you hook AI into it, and there's a handful of features that I no longer use because I don't have to. Doesn't mean I can't. I can still go back and use them whenever I need to, but why? Alright, so clean this up a little bit. Like I said, you still want to make sure that you keep the fidelity of this window edge right here. You can't get too close to it when you're fading, because if you do, it'll fade part of the window and you'll be able to tell. Like, you don't want to go past this ley line right here, right down the center, because that's where the edge of the windowsill is. So that's where you want to leave your cursor when you're fading. And that way all it will do is fade the wall and it won't touch anything else and mess up your image. There is quite a lot of this that is about precision. And like I said before, my clients have always been very happy with the fact that I take my time to make sure that things are precisely done and designed. Takes a little bit more time, it takes a little bit more work, but the end results don't look like somebody made them in Canva. Or did it on their phone. Whatever you kids are doing these days. No, I am still the generation where you do it, quote unquote, the old school way. But you also got to remember, so when I was growing up, and I went to high school, they didn't actually have an art class as part of the high school that I went to. There was no like art elective you could take. So what I ended up taking was drafting, which is architectural design. And you started, when I started out, this is mid-90s, you were still using drafting boards. So you get a diagonal drafting board, like a slice of wood, with your rulers and triangles and every other geometrical device you could possibly find. You use a mechanical pencil. It's not the same thing as real pencil. And we would hand draw floor plans and hand draw mechanical objects and go through that illustration process. It took forever. I think the second year I was in drafting, that was when it became popular for architects and architectural engineers to use AutoCAD. Mechanical engineers, a bunch of different engineering disciplines were using AutoCAD for the first time. This is right when 3D Studio Max came out. This is right when AutoCAD first became something that architects were actually using. Even had a floor plan printer, which are completely different printers. They're much larger spaced. They were using individual colored ink pens back then, not like they do now. So that was all brand new technology back then. So my second year in high school, the first half, I was still doing hand drafting. Second half, I was learning AutoCAD on the computer and never looked back. Did AutoCAD for 2 more years. Ended up designing floor plans, schematics, all kinds of professional level stuff. But at that point in time, if you were a professional architect and it just so happened that my instructor was an actual working architect, that's what they used. You shifted in the industry with the technology. That was what everybody was using. It became the industry standard. And now we're on frickin' AutoCAD version 25, or whatever the hell it's at now. Um, that's the process you go through when technology betters itself. Like, or technology is better around you. Is you adapt to that. That doesn't mean that I can't go hand draft a freaking floor plan right now. But why? Why would I want to do that when I can do it in AutoCAD and it'll look much cleaner and I don't have to get all these tools out and have a whole desk and whatever. I can just do it on my laptop. You know, there's reasons for that, and it didn't break the industry. Nobody died. Like, it wasn't the end of the world. You just slowly shift into a slightly different paradigm, doing essentially what you were doing before. It's kind of the same thing we're doing here. You know, yeah, we're using some new tech. We're trying to make things cleaner, faster, better, stronger, all that stuff. Um, you know, in the process of that, a lot of people will look at what we're doing and say, "Oh, you're cutting corners. Like what you're putting out is less of a high quality product than the other professional products that are out there." Go ahead, look at it, play it, run through the campaign, and tell me that, because I hate to tell you, you're gonna be wrong. I haven't had anybody tell me anything other than this first module looks like a combination of gameplay and art book. And if you're going to come at me with the whole, oh, this isn't the same quality, or this isn't up to the same level as some of the other things that are out there, I'm going to think you're insane. So anyway, we are almost done cleaning up this sill. Like I said, things take a lot of time. Gotta put the man hours in on it. Now if we zoom out right now, look at that. Look at that left side. Looks like it fits right there in that wall. Get in there, kids. The whole idea is for me to be done with this, and for you as viewers to look at the whole image and go, that looks like one picture, like one snapshot that was taken to place on this cover. That's what I'm going for. No seams. Everything looks like... See, here's the other thing, too. Because I've had people say this to me. I'll design something using the AI bits and pieces that we've worked with so far. I'll design something, and they'll look at it and go, oh, that looks like AI did the whole thing. Yeah, it's supposed to, except for the fact that if AI did it, it'd have all kinds of random shit all over the place that would tell you that it was AI. I challenge you to find some wrong shit. Feel free to pick over the images and go, you're missing a finger, dude. That's not real, because I guarantee you that won't happen. Unlike AI, I don't miss fingers. I know how many legs you're supposed to have and what directions they're supposed to be facing in. And if AI pops out an image and you only got one, then I will make your other one. Myself. That's how we handle that problem. Alright. I'm going to clean that up a little bit. Right to the edge, baby. Right to the edge. Now see, the reason we go right to the edge on the right side here is because you still want a little bit of this light coming from the window. Not entirely sure if we're going to keep that or not, but I'm going to try. We want to keep the windows lit up, And what we actually put behind them, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to view that yet. It might be full color image that you can see right through. It might be silhouettes. I haven't decided yet. You might be able to see the actual character. You might just be able to see, again, the silhouette. Once we get there, we'll start messing around and we'll see what works the best. That is truly how it works. I talked about in the last episode how artists, designers, I've listened to podcasts with recording artists and filmmakers, and a fair amount of them will talk about the muse and how the muse works. And the muse isn't like a thing that you look at and go, oh, that gave me an idea and now I'm gonna make the thing. We're conduits, we're vessels for the muse. So you have to open yourself up to saying, all right, I have to be creative, I'm gonna try to do something. Kind of have an idea, or I don't have an idea of what I want to do, or however you start that process. And then as you're working, you become the tuning fork that the creative muse out there uses to make the actual thing. That's really how it works. At least that's how it works for me. And apparently a lot of other people, because I've heard this quite a bit. It seems like a thing. Alright. So now that one looks like it belongs there. Doth it not? And I know it doesn't look like I'm doing anything right now except for clicking this on and off, but I'm actually looking to make sure that all the edges are clean enough, that I'm not missing anything that I should be erasing. It's going to cause a problem later on. That I'm not covering anything up that doesn't need to be covered up. Yeah, that actually all looks pretty good. Okay. Good. So now I'm not going to merge that window right now. I don't have to. I'm going to get rid of this window first so we can see the spacing, because there's no reason to merge this into the wall until I'm absolutely sure that's where it's going to go, and I can't be absolutely sure that's where it's going to go until I see how much the space is. So we need to get rid of, let's turn this off for a minute. We need to get rid of this window. So, which way shall we do that this time? Alright, we're going to take you, we're going to do this, we're going to zoom right around you. Let's see if AI can make you a wall. And yes, it can. Isn't that nice? That was pretty good. So there we go. That's where the edge of that would be. And let's just say, for picture's sake, just so you can see it, we'll throw another one of these over here. Now you see how that looks weird? Because the inset of this and the inset of this are exactly the same. So because of that, when you look at the picture and you zoom in on it, it looks really strange that this left one is as deep as the right one is. Like if you're looking at it from an angle, they wouldn't look that way. This one would be like if you're looking at it directly diagonal, this one would actually be this one would be shorter, not as deep as this one, but you wouldn't even see half of this one because you'd see this in its way. It just depends on the angle that you're standing when you're looking at it. So if we're standing, say we're standing right here, kind of in the center, and you're looking at these windows. Technically, these over here should be the ones that have the deeper trench in them, but we're trying to work with the artwork we got. If I take this out and I put one of these windows over here and I limit how deep that is, you're going to get a little more of an angled effect that will look better. Right now, it just looks a little odd that they're both that deeply inset next to each other. But look at it for placement. So imagine this. The rest of our ceiling goes through up here. It gets faded right around, probably right around the top of Wonderland. We start fading it down, so you still see the wall, but it's darkened in the back there. We get some more plant life down here. We fade this down. We give it a little more picturesque view. We'll mess with the landscaping a little bit. We put Lorena over here, kind of against the wall, lurking, and then you see the vignettes through the windows. That's what we're going for. We think that's far enough away for rooms. I think we can pull that off. Now my only other concern, because let's say for instance the Duchess, she's usually sitting in a chair. Ground's down here. Windows are up there. You're telling me all you're going to see is her little head right there? We may have to shorten this, like cut this whole thing, slide it up a little bit, so that even Lorena walking here will be tall enough to kind of be at window height and look in, because the difference between her being this tall and this tall is quite a lot in perspective. So we may have to edit that eventually. Let's keep that in mind. All right, so we know where the windows kind of should be. I'm pretty happy with that location. Let's go ahead and dump that, and then what we are going to do is I don't understand what that means. Who are you? That's what I thought. Okay. How do you... There we go. We're going to trash that. Sorry, I'm learning how to moderate my own things. What are you? Oh, you're covering that window. You are that window. Cool. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take this bad boy and we're going to chop it out. Just like... And copy it. Paste in place so it is lined up. Over transform here and flip it horizontal. And we're going to slap that bad boy right there. Right in there. Alright. Guess what we get to do? Just a little more fade. Just a little more fade. Now this one might get a little hinky because you're doing blue on red. You got some dark colors here for this window, and it's not so dark in the background where the wall is. It's fine. We'll do the best we can do and edit after the fact. Definitely don't want to leave it with that faded halo you get when you don't mask something close enough. Where are we at? We're at 3:20 EST. Feel like a fucking pilot. We will probably cap this episode at 3:30 because we're running about 2 minutes and 10 seconds as it is. So we'll cap it in about 10 minutes. This guy could use a lunch break. We'll keep the stream up if anybody happens to want to stop by for any reason. And then I will bop back on when lunch is over. My lunch is a little bit later than yours, obviously. Yeah, this is definitely going to take a little bit of work because of the color differences. You can definitely see the halo there, and I may have to just actually take a... You know what? I think I'm going to. So sometimes when you start masking stuff, you're masking against an edge. Like we're masking against this actual windowsill edge, and even though it's not like a straight line, it's kind of jagged. It's got cuts and whatever in it. Sometimes the better way to actually edit something is to manually go in and just erase the edge rather than trying to fade it, because you won't be able to get that crisp edge that the image would get otherwise with that fade. It's just going to be too difficult to get it lined out. So what do you have to do? You've got to actually go in sorry about that. You've got to manually go in and erase. Phil, this is the part I was talking about. It's just like paint, dude. Just more pixels to deal with. Instead of dealing with a board that, is 16-bit or 24-bit, this is 256-bit with 16,000 colors. So you're getting that gradient variation in your color changes across an image. But I'm still in here with my paintbrush erasing individual pixels. And when I'm done with it, I'll merge it and you won't be able to tell. But because we're dealing with like a red color here, and the background color on the brick and this lighting is blue, you kind of have to do it by hand, otherwise it won't look like it's faded right. You're fading blue into red, and it won't come out correctly. Hold shift or there we go. There we are. All right. So while I'm cleaning this up, because it is literally one of the most boring parts of this job, is having to manually sit here and erase things and try to get the lining right. Let me tell you a little bit about Tales of a Queen, which is the first time we've mentioned it here. So Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes takes place after the Carroll books are over. There is quite a bit of time between when the Carroll books end and when our particular journey and game begins. There's a gap in there. So what we decided to do was put together a short-ish, I guess, tale. For the true hardcore Wonderland fans. We can't just wake up in Wonderland for Nightmares and Dreamscapes and explain what happened. There's too much going on. There's too much story. There's too many ins and outs that need to be explained and talked about before that. So what we decided to do was put together a small book. It's a novella. It's 11 chapters. They're not long. They're like 4 or 5 pages each chapter, not counting illustrations. You're welcome. But it is an original story that will connect Alice where we left her at the end of Through the Looking Glass. If you remember, she had just been crowned Queen of Wonderland, or a queen of Wonderland. They never really specified that. And that's where the book's left off. There was no real explanation as to what happened after that. There have been a multitude of different stories, and recountings, and reissuing of the same Alice in Wonderland story up until now. That's great. That's wonderful. We are tired of the same old shit. So I myself personally went and wrote the bridge, which is Tales of a Queen. We call it the prequel because it's the prequel to Wonderland and Nightmares and Dreamscapes. But it is the bridge novella between the books of Lewis Carroll and where our adventures will start in Nightmares and Dreamscapes. The first 5 chapters are currently out. It is it is custom illustrated by me. It is styled like an actual novel that you would pick up on a shelf in the late 19th century, early 20th century. The pages look like that. It reads that way. It does not read like Carroll because I am not Carroll. I did my best to keep things within canon and within the structure that he set up. But our story is an extension. So it will keep you in that world, and it will take you to Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes. So if you are interested in reading that, if you are a hardcore Wonderland fan and want to know what happened, trust me, if you play this game later on, you will want to have that information because there is quite a bit in there that could help you. First 5 chapters available on our Patreon right now. Patreon is $5, $5 whole. That's $1 a chapter. Crack open your wallet. And the rest of the chapters will be released leading up to the Kickstarter so that our Patreon followers have the whole story before they jump in to Nightmares and Dreamscapes. That's my pitch. I'm done pitching. How about that? If you're looking for the Patreon link, it is right below my Facecam face on the right-hand side of the screen. All right. Getting this archway cleaned up. And yes, this is all just done by hand. You got to do it by eye, folks. Sometimes the old ways are best. Now we're probably going to have a little bit of a problem with this inset in the window because it's going to be red and nothing else is fucking red over here. So that's going to be a little tricky. But we will work it out. Alright, let's just go straight out this bad boy because it's a mess. Alright. This is very yellow, very red, very not the right shade that should be over here. But let's go ahead and zoom out real quick and see if we at least placed this monster right. Placement is key. Yeah, looks about right. Well, be a little closer. Yeah, I think right there's not too bad. All right, kids. It is about 3:30 EST. We've got our windows in place. Not perfectly clean, but we'll get there. Got our windows in place, got our wall in place. Everything is moving as it should. I'm going to take a little lunch break, and then when I come back, we will pick up where we left off and finish up these vignettes and see where this cover goes. Till then, we'll see you in a minute, guys. All right, and we are back. Woohoo! Listen to all the excitement. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend this window, kind of drag it just a little bit. Just a teensy bit. Well, first thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this dot, because I sat down and I saw this dot, this little dot right here, so you can see it on your screen. That's really annoying when you have something that bright that's just sitting there. Oh, and that's part of that. Okay, that's why it's there. And we can't get rid of that dot until we merge that. Of course not. Why would we be able to do that? Okay, never mind. We'll have to come back to the dot. That's alright, sometimes that happens. Okay, we are going to stretch this window tall just a little bit. So whenever you want to use free transform, which is basically the main transform tool for Photoshop, there's millions of different ways you can use it. But the keystroke for it is Control T, and it puts a little box around your object, and you can drag and move however you want. We're just going to drag just a skosh, as Grandma used to say. There we go. We don't want the ley lines to be too far off. That looks pretty. We may have to extend just that top. Let's see. And don't worry, we're going to change the shading on it. I'm just trying to get it lined up properly. It does look good. I guess it looks okay. Not a huge fan of how this is cut. I may actually take this whole chunk right here. Well, I guess it's cut okay. Well, no. This is the thing, like you look at it here and you go, okay, like this, because of the lighting, the spot right here, because of the lighting, you can see the light from the actual window hitting the bricks, which is exactly what you want. You want to make sure your lighting angles are, relatively accurate. They don't always have to be exactly perfect. I'm not a lighting expert. I'm not a production guy, so that like I want to make sure that it's feasible that you're going to see what you're going to see. But you see over here, like this light is bouncing off here, but then you come over to this window, and it's just a straight, like not straight, but it's kind of a dead drop here with no kind of shading, no kind of blocking, nothing. So what we want to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy just this whole section right here. Just copy the whole thing. Then we're going to move it over here. I'm going to flip it over and rotate it. So the stuff that's up here is now down here. That way this doesn't end up matching this when your eye looks at it. You're not getting two of these right next to each other and going, oh, they just copy this over, this lazy bastard. Yeah, no. We're going to take this, we'll flip it over, we'll merge it into this, and it'll look like a slightly different cut of this. So your eye doesn't catch it as being the same thing. So, just one of those tricks we do to keep you guys on your toesies. Alright, so we grab this whole honkin' section. We want to copy merge. In Photoshop, there is a difference between copy and copy merge. I know this is kind of boring stuff, but when you just copy something, whatever layer you're on, that's what you're copying. So if I'm copying this area and I'm on the background black layer that is if I'm in the background layer that's all black over here, if I'm on this thing, then when I go and cut, I'm not cutting from the window layer. I'm cutting from the black in the background that you can't even see. So whenever I go to paste it, I'm just going to get one big black box. That's not what I was after. So even if I'm on the window layer, like I am right now, I'm just on this window. If I go and cut this box, it's only going to chop this little sliver of window up. It's only going to chop this part. the rest of this isn't part of that image, so nothing's going to happen. What I want to do is I want to copy this whole section as it is, all the layers, doesn't matter where it comes from. I want what's in this box. That's what copy merged is for. It doesn't care what layers are underneath it. It's giving you the whole Megillah. So in that way, what I can do is, like I said earlier, paste in place. Now you can't even tell it's there. Now I can slide it over. And this, instead of flipping horizontally, we're going to flip vertically. Now to line it back up, we're going to have to slide it down a little bit. And then we can just kind of slide it right there. Remember our trick earlier? Seeing where our lines are, seeing where we're overlaid. We're going to throw this with a little blend just to see where we're lined up. Yeah, okay. Now you see where we're at. We want to make sure that we're over. Yeah, that we're over the sill that's already there, because you want to make sure these bricks are edged over what you already have, because what we're looking for is their uneven edge. That's why we want them where they are. Alright, so we got it in place. Now we just have to mask it. And here we go, 45 minutes of masking. Now you gotta remember, with this particular one, we're chopping off the right side of this. This whole chunk right here's gotta go. So this part of the wall blends with this part of the wall, and it looks like it's kind of overlapping the window a bit. We might move it just a little bit so it's not overlapping quite as much, but that's the idea. So this whole side that's up here is coming off. We're getting rid of this whole bar. That bar's got to go bye-bye. So while we're doing this, what do we talk about? I did it in the last episode, but you guys probably aren't going to see that because once it is off of Twitch, it's probably going to be burned alive because of that that horrible reverb echo that I did not get rid of before starting the last stream. So that's probably going to get cooked. So I will tell you a little bit about me and my background as a designer. I started out designing because I didn't want to pay somebody else to do it. I started out in IT a long, long time ago in a galaxy far away. So I was pretty comfortable with computers and picking up software. And it turned out that I wanted to leave IT, didn't like the idea of being tied to somebody else's desk. So I wanted to start on my own, and I had a buddy that used to go out to local nightclubs in Tampa, St. Petersburg, where I'm located, in Florida. And he would go out on a regular basis, and sometimes he'd drag me with him. I got interested in electronic dance music, got to know some people in the local scene, and eventually, at some insane point in my life, don't ask me what was going on that made me do this, I decided to leave my IT job and go be a club promoter. Yeah, wild shit. Started all over from the bottom. I was a club promoter for a few years, and I moved into running my own events and then running events for other people. Then I started doing working with large electronic artists, like big international guys. As of right now, I think I've done shows with at least 5 of the top 10 DJs in the world right now. They were all starting out, or a lot of them were starting out when I was working. Yeah, and during that time, when you promote your events, you have to have marketing material. Somebody has to make that, and when you're starting out promoting, you're not really, raking in the bucks until you start raking in the bucks. So you're trying to cut costs as much as possible. And I just assumed that one of the things I would be able to do because of my IT background was to throw some designs together. I designed websites before. I had a little bit of Photoshop and Corel Draw experience back then. So I started putting together flyers and marketing material for events, and got good enough at it to where I was not only putting together the material for my own events, so I have to pay somebody else to do it. I was being hired independently from other venues that I did not work with in the area, just to design their marketing content. So at one point in time during that whole decade run of working in hospitality and nightclubs mostly, I worked with almost, if not every, nightclub that was in the Tampa and St. Pete Clearwater area in the late 2000s, early 10s. Every single one of them in one capacity or another. Sometimes they would hire me to run events, promote events. Sometimes it was just a design. Sometimes it was just to, like I said, promote, bring bodies. Sometimes I would produce my events at their venue, and we would split profits in some way. There was a variety of things that were going on, but the design side of it was always something that I just did because A, I enjoyed it, and B, I got to the point where I was able to make a decent living at it, just that, while I was also running events and touring with artists. So I kind of cut my bones in a very fast, or cut my teeth, excuse me, mixed metaphor. Cut my teeth in an industry where there is no choice but to be creative, because you're putting out material every single week like clockwork. Your events are every Friday and Saturday, if not, when you're in Florida, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because we take the beach events very seriously here too. Um, so if you're doing that, you're coming up with new marketing every single week. You're, you know, hopefully a month or so out ahead of what you're actually marketing. So your design is ahead of where, your actual events are at. And I was doing this for several venues at one time. We hit around, I want to say 2012, 2013. Um, I had pretty much had enough of working in nightlife. I was hitting my early to mid 30s. Uh, I was doing quite a lot more design work than I was actually running events. And lucky enough for me, I happened to meet my wife at that point in time. And it was right around the time where I was thinking about transitioning and looking to get out of nightlife completely, as far as the promotion and talent buying part of it went. And that is when I started my design company. Um, and I went from just being a talent buyer and show producer that also designed, to being a full time graphic designer that already had a pretty solid client list in the hospitality industry, because by that point in time, Tampa and St. Pete back then were not even close to as large as they are now. And it was very much a know a guy system. So once you were in the hospitality industry, if you got around long enough, you would meet all the restaurateurs, you would meet all the bar owners, you would know the places to be and who to talk to. And, that made it a lot easier to transition for me, from just working in clubs to be able to work with lounges, bars, restaurants, other venues that were looking for graphic design work, whether they were uh, full-on businesses that had nothing to do with hospitality. I've done work in many different industries at this point, but at that point in time, my primary focus was working within that particular field, and advertising changes fast. You got to keep up. I cut my teeth on doing constant creative and always having to be on the cutting edge of what was coming out. And that actually turned out to make it easier for me to do what I'm doing here, because most designers are very specific when it comes to what their skill set is. If you're an icon designer, that's what you do. You design icons. Iconographer is what it's actually called. You design icon sets for Windows, for applications, for any kind of SAS system. Um, there's all kinds of applications for just that particular field. At one point, very recently, within the last few years, I worked as a data analyst and infographic design. Had never done that before in my life before I started working those particular contracts. And that's also a very specific skill set within design. And the people that do that normally don't do any other design. That's not the world that I came up in. I came up in the world of a client needs something designed, whether it's a piece of marketing material, or they need a website, or they need a new brand, they need their social media content built, whatever the case may be. They look at you like you should be able to do all of that. Because in the hospitality industry, they're outside of the actual bar, they're pretty clear jobs. You do the designing, that guy builds my signs, that guy is my bartender, that guy's my bar back. Like, they're set jobs, and they don't want to pay anybody that they don't have to. So if they do need somebody to design, they expect you to design everything. Otherwise, they will find somebody else. So I adapted to learning how to design everything. And since then, I have done signage, magazine ads, billboards. I had an ad that was in the Grammy program for the actual Grammy artists saw in their handed program when they walk into the Grammys. Um, I've done marketing material for the biggest artists on the planet, and now we're working here building an entire world that is completely done in watercolor. It's a complete departure from anything that I've ever done before, and that's what makes it interesting to me. Um, so yeah, once I started my design company, I took on a lot of different clients, mostly startups, mostly brand new brands that were looking for, complete complete looks and complete design in every aspect. And slowly moved away from hospitality industry. I still have some clients and some contacts in that, but for the most part, I've stepped away and worked more with startups and local businesses and some national businesses. Building content for them, and like I said, moved on from that to doing some contract work with some of the largest universities in the U.S. and the world. I did some work for MIT, for Cambridge, for Oxford, all their business schools, doing analytics and infographics for online courses that they were producing in future technology like AI and biotech and fintech and things like that. All heady stuff, a lot of fun. So transition from that to this bad boy. And as we say that, I believe we kind of have our wall in there. That is how I got here, and that is how I got here. So there you go. It's not perfect, it's not meant to be, but when you look at this, down the center and you look at the spine of it, this doesn't look anything like this. They're completely different because they've been flipped over and they've been re-edged. Never be able to tell the difference. Especially if you zoom back this far, or you're looking at it on a book cover, you'll never look at it that way. It'll just look like, oh, that window is inset and this is in front of it. You're creating that 3D illusion of what an actual physical brick wall would look like, just with your shading and with your edging. All right, so that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and before we slap that baby down, I want to. That's not too bad. I want to extend the top of this. So if you want to extend a piece of a piece, or you want to play with it a little bit, you just take this lasso tool, and I'm going to slap it, let's see, where do we want to go? Let's try right in the middle here. I'm going to slap it right in the middle of this dark spot. Right across the center as best I can. Okay. You free transform it. Instead of moving it, you just stretch it a bit. Now you're going to see a crack in there. That's fine. That's fine. Because you're going to move down. You're going to move it back down and stretch it a little bit more. And you're still going to see the crack, but you're going to move it down. And you're going to stretch it a little bit more. And you just do that until these approximately line up, because you don't want your eye to look at it and go, why is that so far off? Because the last thing you want is anything to be off. There you go. Now that's a little bit off in itself. Look at that. See what that right there? That's what happens when you're not careful and you don't line things up. You get that nice little blue line in there where your background is shining through. Can't be doing that, kids. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to line that up the way we had it, and we're just going to trim that edge. I think that's the way to go. Oh, see, there's the blue line. Can't be doing that. Got to drop it down one more pixel. Line and crack that blue line is part of. Might be part of it. Oh, there we go. We got it. All right. I can blend that. So we got to put in place. That is all one object. I'm going to do a little hard editing and detail work because we don't want that to stick out that far. Let's look at both windows. Now we're going to smudge a little bit here. That way we can fill in this dent that is really bothering me. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Now it does look a little off because when you're looking at the window sides here, this top corner of this window is not aligned with this one. Like, this one's obviously a little bit lower. But that's okay because we masked that a couple different ways. One, the era craftsmanship, not always the greatest. Not always lined up the way that you would expect it to. However, what we can do, if you're anal retentive and a stickler for those kind of things, and it drives you nuts, and your ADD can't handle it, what we can do is take that layer. We do a free transform option. It's called Distort, and that allows me to drag just that end up just a bit. Now it looks like it's going to mess up the window if I do that. So we're not going to do that. We're going to try warp. Now warp puts spots, basically. It's a box around your image. There you go. And each one of these points that you see on here allows you to basically like a pinpoint in that image. Think of the window as like a piece of cloth, okay? And each one of these points is like a push pin that you put in that cloth. Well, once you push through the cloth and you move that push pin, the cloth moves from that pinpoint. Everything else kind of drags from that point. That's what this does. I click on this point and the whole mirror moves, or the whole window moves, but from that point. I click on this point over here, I'm able to bend it in. See how that works? It's kind of nifty. So that's how you kind of maneuver some images that just don't want to play nice. So we're going to pull this up just a smidge on the left. It shouldn't hurt anything. But in that process, we're also going to pull this over a little bit. And again, a lot of this is done by eye, guys. Like it's all in your, it's all in how you see objects and how you see the pieces coming together. That is literally the most important part, at least to me, when it comes to design. It's got to be your eye, because if you don't have it, your end result is not going to be as quality as someone that does have it. And there we go. We got a couple of windows that look a little closer. Now, now we got to look at that little light there, the light on the left. All this red we have right here, that is not the shade we want, especially when you got it a little lighter over here. So the way we handle that is we are going to take our selection brush that we have become so fond of. We're going to grab, let's say, this whole thing, and yeah, you know what, we'll grab that whole thing too. Grab all of that, and yep, we'll go down here, we'll get all of this, and that. Okay. I just want that part of the sill. We are going to copy that. We are going to paste it in place. So now I should just have, you can't really see it there, but there you go. I should just have that part of the sill. Now we want it to be that color, so I'm just going to eyeball match that. I'm going to eyeball match that, and I'll fade this particular cut of it into the rest of the image that already has that in there. It should blend in perfectly. Alright. So first thing we're going to do, because you can see over here that this is very low contrast. It's very kind of washed out as far as the color goes. The brightness is pretty much fine where it is. I just want to wash out the color. So we're going to drop the contrast 30 points. You can see the difference already. That's, see how orange and red it is, and see how it's kind of washed out there. Let's actually drop it down a little bit more. That's what we're looking for. We're looking to wash it. Alright, we got that. That gives us kind of the color intensity. Now let's fuck with the actual color. So your hue is the color that you're working with, and we work in shades here. So you slide this bar up and down, you get different colors. Alright, so right where I'm at now, that's almost the right color. The saturation's quite a lot, so let's tune it down. That kind of sucks the color out of it. Look at that. It's not perfect, but it's close. It's still a little red. So we want to move this dial around until we get it with a little more of like a orangey yellow tint in it. And we don't want green. We don't want full color change. We just want it to match. Oh, we just want it to match this over here. We're trying to match these two together. It's like a fucking hockey stick right now. So there we go. We want it right about... We want it right about 12, it looks like. We may have to add another layer on top of it, but for right now, that's pretty close. Let's do 12. Alright, so we pulled back our saturation a little bit now, because it was down here, and that washed out a little too much. I do need a little bit of the yellow and the orange tint off of it. That looks pretty close by eye. So let's pick it up. Let's test it. Slide them right next to each other. I don't know, kids. That is pretty fucking close. Alright, it needs a little bit more orange. So we'll go in here. Oh, my bad. On the wrong level. On the wrong layer. Let's try that again. Alright. And... okay, so it needs to lighten up a little bit. No, no, no. We don't like that. No, that's right either. Alright, so we can't mess with that too much. What we want to do is go back a couple of steps because we want to move this over here while we're editing so I can match those colors up. We pretty much got it right the first time, but I want to go ahead and edit it right next to it. See, there you go. So you got the right negative saturation level. Now it's just about hue, because we want that to be kind of orange-ish. And it may not be something we can achieve just by saturating. We may have to actually put a color overlay on top of it, which is the next step. So if we have this just its regular level at 0 here, that's not bad. We're going to do a little bit of contrasting, a little bit of brightness. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we are going to eyedrop that color. And then we are going to overlay that same color on top of our image using one of our little blend overlays, or blend modes. Here we go. And we will try to line it up that way. And here we go. Let's play with the color wheel and see if we can match these up a little bit. That's pretty close. We use a little bit more orange. This is how we do it, kids. We match it up by eye. In order for you to do that, you have to actually have the eye. Alright, I think that's... looking up top and at the bottom. I feel like you need the orange in there. Like the orange is kind of it. that's probably close enough because we're going to fade the top and the bottom anyway. So we will go with that. Bring this bad boy back up. And now the trick is we have to slide this right back where we had it. Otherwise, this whole trick doesn't work. All right. So now what we do, we put a mask over that. Make sure our opacity is right. And we fade this bad boy down too, just like they did in that corner. And all of this fades out because it's the wrong color. We'll get that in a minute. But then you see how, like, it's almost yellowed. It's not quite, it's not quite the right shade. So this is where your handiwork comes into play. Because now we fade this in a little bit. And while it may not give you the exact same shading, it will give you the definition that you need, and it will look like it's blended a little bit better. There you go. All right, so now you got a couple of windows on the left, a couple of windows on the right, space enough in between for it to look like those are two separate rooms. And then we've got room on the left side there for our, one of our heroines, I guess. Put it that way. For Lorena. Not too bad, kids. Not too bad. All right. Let's go ahead and throw our edge on. There we go. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Now, the one thing we do want to do before we move on from messing with the windows at this point is get over here with these two and make sure that they do not look the same, because right now they do. So, set our trick that we did earlier where these look exactly the same on both sides. You see this black mark here? Here, I'll zoom in so you guys can see it on the screen a little bit better. It's huge on my screen because I'm using a TV. Alright, so look at this window. You got this little area right here. It looks exactly like this little area here. This little black mark, it's in that window. It's in that pane too right there. Like, all of this is exactly the same on both sides. All the cascading, all the marks, everything is exactly the same on both sides. So the way you fix it is, instead of taking one window and eradicating all of these marks to make it look entirely different, you split that work up. You give one window some things that you remove, and the other window you give some things that you remove. That way it cuts the work in half, and you're not completely changing one whole window, because sometimes when you do that it can get overkill, and then you end up literally changing the window to where it no longer looks like it matches the image that you're working with. So it's just better to kind of mediate how much you're changing on each one of these. So let's say on the right one here, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this black mark up here so it's not there anymore, and try to do what we can to remove as much of this or change it so it doesn't look like what's on the other side. There we go. Now see, that looks nothing like over there. We're going to get rid of this little spot there, and that little thing there, and this up here. Then over here, see, we could get rid of this spot and this down here. We've already done a lot of work in this particular pane of the window. So instead of doing it here, we just do it here. That way it can keep those pieces, but we've removed them from here. Now those panes look fairly different. All right, so I can change this up here a little bit. And that. That there. And we are back. Sorry about that, everybody. Had a little mouse function. Had to switch out the big lit keyboard and the external mouse for the panel keyboard, magnetic one, and the flat pad that came with it. Not my favorite to design with, but, you know, in a pinch. So back to us editing our windows so they do not match. It looks like we kind of, we died right about here, didn't we? That's where it was. All right. We're chopping up this area here so it doesn't look like the other. There we go. I think that's sufficient. That looks all different. Alright, and then over here, we're going to get rid of that thing, whatever that is. And this. And now our pane is mostly different. Or different enough to where you're not going to really notice it. Alright, move on to the next one. We're going to take this out of here. Let's get rid of all that. Put that there instead. And we will leave that and get rid of this. And that thing. So over here, we'll do the opposite. Get rid of that monstrosity. Leave that where it is. Maybe shorten it a bit. Or just do one of these. There we go. Cut that into pieces. Slice that up there. There we go. There we go. Now that doesn't really look like that anymore. Boom. Get rid of that. And yeah, we got two different spaces here. Alright. Next in the window. Everybody say hi to Wifey. Wifey's here.
Hi, everyone.
And Wifey's hidden in the corner, making sure that yours truly gets fed. So you asked me a question before you walked out to feed me.
Yes, I did.
We are
And I wanted to know where we're at.
making windows.
We're making windows. That's exciting.
I know. It's so enthralling. So I'm going to zoom out real quick and show you where we're at.
Okay.
All right.
That's the Duchess's house?
This is going to be the outside of the Duchess's house. So we actually went and looked it up because your boy got a quarter of the way through this and went, I want to make sure that the windows and where we're placing them and how we're planning on designing them are actually period to what would have been having in a manner in the late 19th century, early 20th century. I just switch those up. So we got
I see the brickwork.
We got our ass on the internet here, and you Googled. And noticed that usually what ends up happening is when you have those tiny slat windows, what they do, I lost where was my fucking primer image? It was like the best one. What they do is they put them next to each other. They're the individual windows, but they stack them in 3s, 2s, 4s, 6s, 8s, whatever, and it's never the same across the property. Like, they're all over the place. So when they do that, yeah, this guy.
Yeah, I see her more something that looks like that.
Right, so here's the thing. We want it to be a dilapidated wall, okay? We don't want to put a bunch of windows down there. There's just not enough space. Maybe we'll add more. I'm not sure yet. But for right now, we're trying to keep it low-key. maybe it is something where we do 2 more up here. There we go. Maybe we end up doing 2 more up here, 2 more up here, or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. And then moving this whole thing down. That's entirely possible. What I'm concerned about is I'm trying to keep perspective as well, because we've got to add Lorena in here at some point in time. And what's going on in that room is going to show up here, and a different room is going to show up here. So they've got to be spaced apart enough to where it looks like they're like totally separate parts of the house. We may have to zoom out more. I've already zoomed out like 25%.
And you'd have to watch the lighting on the sides, because if you want to catch her enough, but put her in the shadows. Like, what if
I mean, I'll shadow her over
Okay.
here. Like, I'll figure out the lighting part of it after we get the actual imaging and content
Right.
done. That's the getting things placed is the primary concern right now. Then we'll do shadowing, coloring, and once the whole thing's done, I will probably feed it back through Midjourney to make sure, uh, that it comes out in the right level of watercolor, because this is super detailed
Yes,
compared
the
to what the
brickwork-
first cover.
The brickwork is extremely detailed.
Right, and what I want to do up here is just kind of extend this up a bit and fade it behind the logo so that you still have the same kind of brickwork and whatnot, but it's so faded back that really you can just see that there's house there, but you're not. Like, I don't know, maybe we need to zoom this out more and do the multiple window thing and make this taller. We're like, I'm just getting started on this, so I'm not entirely sure,
Yeah, I actually think right now I see it's a wall. Obviously, I see it as windows.
Right.
I'm not sure that I would know it was somebody's house. But
Well,
do
yeah.
you need to? Like, that's.
Well, eventually you will, because a couple things need to happen. First of all, I'm pretty sure this ground area here actually needs to move up.
Okay.
Like, it needs to get closer to the windows, because if you look at these, I'm actually just gonna go. Can I go to one of these? Are any of these large enough? That's not really what I'm looking for. That's not really what I'm looking for either. Nah, that's not it. Hold on a second. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see it in this picture. See how the shrubs are like right at the bottom edge of the window? The way that we have it set, it's that they're much farther down, so the windows are actually higher up. And it's going to look weird when we put the character down here. We have to make her like this large, and it's kind of weird that there's just that much space between the ground and the window, I guess.
I got it.
So I may want to move those down a bit. Well, not move them down. Move this up.
Right.
Like, move it up to like right there. She's going to be in between this stuff and the wall. Again, it's a matter of perspective and zoom. Like I said, I've already zoomed this out 25% from what it was. It was because we keep our layers like good kids. It was that big.
Ah, okay, I see.
So
you duplicated the windows too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the way that they seem to be designed in those houses of that day, that's what they were doing, was putting multiple windows in a room, and instead of you having one big window, you had like 3 small ones, and that they were triptychs. Like, that was your one big window, was just seeing through them like that. And you see it a lot when you watch your like British shows, when like when like the BBC and all those old school TV shows, the old cottages always have like those. It's either the picturesque window that has like the stained glass in it for some reason, and it's just somebody's house. It's like their living room, but there's like
or it's like the fairy tale windows where it's like there's like I said, there's 2 or 3 of them with like some window panes.
Right, and it's got all the like the edging and the etching or whatever on it. Yeah, so like, we're kind of getting there, but we're also trying to make sure that this looks kind of dilapidated, kind of decrepit, kind of not taken care of, kind of we don't want it to be too fancy, but this may not be fancy enough. It's just what like we started with AI, and we may have to maybe fancy it up a little bit. I'm not sure yet. My goal was to figure out what to do with it, figure out what the look was supposed to be, and how we were going to fit everything that we want to get on the cover on the page. And now that we're halfway in it, now it's the point in time where we can go, okay, how do we make this look period accurate?
Right.
And what do we have to do to make sure that we're sticking to what we're talking about? And again, it's Wonderland, so it doesn't have to be necessarily the way a British manor would be done.
Because it's in another realm.
Right.
It's still around the same time.
Right. So now the question is, and I'll throw it at you since you're sitting here, what do we do now?
Oh.
Do we figure out a way to put multiple windows in there? Do we zoom out? Do we... what?
So each set of those double windows is a different room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The one on the left is going to be the Duchess. And essentially what I was planning on doing is putting her, which is also why this needs to come up, so the ground level is a little bit higher, because I was planning on putting her in her chair. And if her chair is sitting on the ground and the ground's here, you're going to see the top of her head.
Yeah,
and that won't make any
the
sense.
The dimensions won't look right.
Right.
Okay. Even though I would love to see you work on what's behind those windows, I think probably...
I mean, we'll get to that.
I think probably the best option right now is to move what you need to move with the garden area, and at least get that set where you want to get it set, so then we can see in relation to the wall and the greenery where our girl is going to go.
Okay. So you think what I should do is move all this up?
Yeah.
Hold 1 second here. Let me make sure my stream is doing its thing. This player has had issues today. There we go.
Technical difficulties.
Every once in a while. Listen, the reverb on that first episode, be glad you weren't here for that. That was a whoo.
Hey,
We're just going to hope that nobody watches that and starts with episode 2, which, by the way, is now available. That was earlier today. All right.
I think everybody's first episode has some kind of technical difficulty.
Let me tell you, that was some serious wildness. All right. So here's now what we run into with the ground and hedging down here. As you can see, the right is a duplicate of the left. There's a reason for that, because in order to get the windows and how we had the wall set up, AI, being the lovely creature that it is, didn't do what it was asked to do, and there was too much space available on this side of the wall. What I did was, I want to say episode 1, I put a box around this and tried to have AI create the rest of the wall. It couldn't figure it out. So it was putting bigger bushes there. It was putting, it put a whole other building like inside the wall. There was like a walk up to a townhouse that like went to the side of this. So we had to cut all that out, and the only way to do it is the old school way to do it, which is taking what you already have, copying it, flipping it so it doesn't look exactly the same, and then kind of editing what's over here and trying to extend it so it looks like it's still part of this piece but different. In doing that, all this shrubbery got flipped as well, and we just never touched it. So it's literally an exact duplicate there to there. Now, we can get rid of all of it. We can go get new shrubbery from Midjourney. What do you think? Do you think we need to, instead of moving it up, maybe we need to move it down, create more wall, and create more windows? You tell me. What do you think?
I think while I ponder that, You should go on a break and eat your dinner.
Oh, well, that's kind of lame because we've only been on for 15 minutes. Hmm. All right, fine. I'll be quick. I promise. Um, let's say 6 p.m. We'll be back.
Okay,
How about
sounds
that?
good.
All right, we'll give that a shot.
Need to give you some fuel.
Let's try to do this correctly and go to one of these. All right, kids, we are back. Take a little break there and get some lovely shrimp and risotto tacos in me. Wifey always with the save for the food. All right, so we had a little discussion, made some decisions of what we were intending on doing with this. So, a couple of things. Wifey is always good to come in, have an extra set of eyes to get the right aesthetic for what we're looking at, and you'll probably be hearing and or seeing more of her because she does that quite a lot. So what we decided during the break was we're gonna do a few things. We want this to look a little more like an actual manor. And if you look at the images online of true, British manors, even though we are in Wonderland, we do want to try to, emulate a bit of that particular style. And you see, like in the main image here, how they have a ton of windows that are right next to each other, and they have a tendency to be taller and thinner when they stack them. And every house does it differently. All the arches are different. What we're going to do is try to class this up a little bit while also keeping it kind of old, decrepit, not taken care of, because that is the entire look that we're going for. So what we're going to do is we are going to move this ground that we have here. Actually, we're going to move the whole thing down a bit to start. Hi, Wifey.
Hi.
Wifey's back.
We working on the groundwork?
We are trying to move everything down without screwing everything up at the same time. Okay, and down we go. Alright, let's go to right about there. God, that makes me feel taller. Whoop. And zoomy zooms. Here we go. Time to work on some windows. Alright. So what we probably want to do is... And don't worry, I did not forget and did not abandon our couple windows over here that we're going to make look different because they do look similar. We are on this particular pane, if I remember correctly. We will come back to that, because we may not need to do it as much once we shrink the windows and extend them. These two are exact duplicates of each other, and when you put exact duplicates of anything next to each other, you got to kind of go in and intentionally mismatch the way the paint is on there, so they don't look exactly the same.
Don't look like they're
Right.
So pick them up and duplicate
I
them.
was going pane to pane and showing how that gets done. We got halfway through, the mouse died. We had to do the whole jam. We ate the whole thing, so we'll have to come back to that. No worries. We are going to shrink these couple of windows here because they are not directly attached. Much like my brain some days. I think we are good, though, to merge all the pieces of this particular window together. So we are going to do one of these, all three pieces, merge layers. Now we have one window, thank you very much, and we have dos window. Okay. So now if we take both of these, pull a little transformer action, and say, let's see what it looks like thinner.
Well, that's cool.
How thin do we go?
A little thinner.
A little thinner?
A little thinner, yeah.
Okay.
Now, are you still...
We'll do a third.
Yep.
We can do a third and a fourth. Like, they chose different numbers for every house. So sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's 4. It's whatever they wanted to put in the wall.
I just want to make sure that you can show enough of the image of the Duchess if we go any thinner.
Well, what we'll end up doing is, regardless of how thin the windows are, it's going to end up being like you buying triptych paintings. I'm going to take the full image of what's going on in that room, however we design that, lay it on there, and then just chop it so it fits in the windows, and kind of underlay it, which is a different technique than overlaying. It's an underlay of this so you see the glow in the windows, but you still see what's going on behind it. So we can make them as thin as you want, as long as the thinner they are, the more of them I'm gonna need, because we need to see the room. Like, it can't just be like 2 of these and they're this big.
Can you zoom out so we can see where we are?
Yes, but it will make those static. So we have to go back.
Okay.
Zoom out. Zoom out. There you go.
Yeah, if they stay as thin as they are, which I like.
So let's try this. We can undo this if we need to.
Yeah, like I think there would need to be maybe 4 of them.
We're about to find out. I mean, these are obviously easy dupes,
yes,
but we're just doing it to aim. Yeah, we're just doing it to aim. So it'd be like that.
I kind of like that.
You kind of like the 4 windows?
Yeah, but we'd have to do the 4 on the other side too, because that might take up too much space.
Well, now here's the thing, because what I told these guys earlier is the same thing I'll tell you right now, is I gave this a 1/2 inch margin on the side of the book, because that way when they go to print it, if they cut it wrong, well, not just it'll wrap around, if they cut it wrong, I don't want anything important sitting here that they slice in the middle of. So like if we have Lorena on this side, I was thinking about putting her halfway like off the edge, because it'll wrap around the back of the book. It'd be kind of dope to have her on this side, and then if you look at the back of the book, like the back of her dress is back there or something. Like that's what I was trying. But here's the thing: if she's on the edge, I don't know where they're exactly gonna wrap her. So if her like head is right here, they could end up cutting off her ear if they wrap her too tight. So it's gonna depend on the image. We might do that. We might not. We may have to slide her in a little bit. But if we do multi-windows on this side and we still want to keep this amount of space, we can just have them go off the edge, because wherever it cuts it is wherever it cuts it. Like I don't care. I'm more concerned about making sure we see her, and if we can pull it off, because I think it'd be a cool thing. If we can get her wrapped around the back, that'd be great. If we can't, we can't. It's fine. So we could do 4 here and do another 4 here.
Let's give it a try. I really like the way that looks.
Okay.
I think it fills up a little more of that space, but for some reason I think that looks a little bit more organic to the time period.
Now I didn't stretch them tall yet either. They can still be taller.
Oh, that's right.
So you want me to do that first?
Yeah, let's see how that looks. I like options.
I know. You're a custom kind of girl.
For those listening, I ask him to do these kinds of things
all the time. But you know what? That is how we come up with cool stuff. Yeah, we may not want to do this because it stretches it and it starts looking not real anymore.
Yeah, I don't like what that's doing to the glass inside.
Yeah, like you can get away with maybe a 2%, like a 2% stretch, but anything more than that, and it's gonna start looking.
It's like when you distort like a picture of a person and like their limbs start looking longer.
Yeah. Everything becomes Slender Man.
Yeah. No, I would agree.
So that's how it looks now.
Okay.
Even just that little bit. I can shrink them down smaller too if we want to.
I kind of like that. I kind of like where they're at.
Okay.
But I agree that lengthening them even more kind of pulls away from the authenticity of like what's actually in the windows.
Well, and also, we decide we can take these 4, we can drop another 4 right there, and because we're dropping another 4 there, they don't have to be bright all the way up. They can be faded, like the top half can be faded down so the top half is darker and it kind of lights as you get closer to the ground.
Well, I like that one. It kind of fills in a little bit more of the cover.
Right.
But 2, the Duchess's house is about 1 level, right?
Well, nothing says that. It could be, it could not. I checked with Phil last episode, and he said there's nothing that says that we can't make it a multi-level manor. It's just put it this way. What I can tell you is the module happens on one floor.
On one level.
Right. It happens on
Okay.
it happens on the first floor.
So can I tell you where my thoughts are with that? Then?
Absolutely not. I don't want to hear them.
So if you,
Because it sounds like you're gonna maybe do more work.
That's
what I hear. I hear more work about to happen.
I think I'm really good at that.
Yeah, you really are.
But here's my thought process. So if you do another set and you move them up.
Which I'm doing right now, just so you can see it.
Yeah, and I actually think having them a little darker works because she either has really tall ceilings and it's one level, or it's two levels. Either way, the top level of windows can be dark because either they're high up on the wall, or they're on another level which is dark because nobody's up there.
I mean, there's that too.
So it can kind of work either way,
So this
regardless of what.
This isn't the picture for what we're doing anymore.
Especially because we know like the module doesn't, or everything happens in the first one in the module, but like canon doesn't specify how large her house is.
No, there's nothing in there that says anything.
We do need to be mindful of that.
See, and I also like this is technically a manor too. Wherever we.
And those windows are just popped right there.
Yeah, they just slap them wherever they felt like cutting a hole. Like it's not even. Let me see if I can find the one I was just looking at, because that was like haphazard shit. That's a castle. What was the one I was looking at? I literally just lost it. I mean, it was kind of like this thing, where you, like, they just... How many floors do you have? Is that 3 floors? Is that 2 floors?
It's 2.5.
It's 2.5. There's a half floor in the middle.
There's 2.5 floors.
I don't understand how you do that. There's a half floor in the middle of that house. Oh, these are like all castles, so I'm never going to find this thing. Okay, never mind. We'll just look at the picture here. So yeah, there's like 4 windows there, but there's 3 there. But there's 37 there, but there's 2 there and 2 there. Like, it's kind of whatever you want to do.
So what I want to do is I want to add another level of windows.
Which we just did.
Yeah.
But my concern is those windows have that, like, curved arch at the top. And I don't know that, well, this one kind of does it. They don't generally stack those. It's usually, like, that gets stacked on a rectangular version of the same thing. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if I'm explaining that right.
Any of those in your pictures.
Okay, so like these windows here. You see, like they have the three,
okay.
And they have the curved arch at the top. They don't. I guess they do. I should shut the hell up. It's right there. I was saying they don't stack those because that looks weird. And then I just found a picture of them stacking them. It's none of those pictures. It's none of these pictures
but
either.
I saw it.
It's definitely not that bedroom.
I did see it.
Where is it? No, I have to see it now. This is bothering me. That's a deer. That's not even a house. That's the inside of the house. Check out the floor, kids.
It's like a chessboard floor.
Shocker.
Alright, I think that was the picture.
That was not the picture.
That's not the picture?
I know what the picture I'm looking for. There we go. Yeah, is it. Okay. So down here, they do have them. They do have them stacked on 2 floors. I was always seeing them like this, and they're like super separated. So like that's got to be a different floor. That can't be.
That's definitely a different floor.
But this right here, that just looks like you did floor to ceiling windows, and instead of doing like a literal floor to ceiling window, you did it with 6 windows instead, like 6 little windows. I had not seen it with the curved tops like that before, so we could do that. Whatever's here though, roughly has to be here.
I just love your dedication, your obsessive dedication to making sure that it actually looks.
Most people would call that psychotic. Yes.
Yes.
It's we're a little insane here in Wonderland.
It's an obsessive dedication to making sure
listen,
that it looks right.
I said it to the camera before. I don't know if it was the last episode or not. We're 2 years deep in this. If you're gonna do it right. Like, what are we doing? Like, let's not waste people's time.
I do think we need to darken the windows, but I actually do think I like having the double level.
And you like the 4? Do you want to see the 3?
I want to see the 3. The 4 might be a bit much.
Of course you do.
I mean, show us your skills.
Really turning off a layer? Look at all the talent! And just remember, we're basically gonna do this here.
Oh,
And we can make this as like
tough.
this can go this, as far as I'm concerned, the wall can actually go like
Underneath the logo.
up above the logo as long as it starts to fade, because you can't put this on a light background. It has to be dark enough so you can read it, right? So I mean, we can go all the way up.
Let's go 3. Let's go 3 windows.
Okay, so you want to do 3,
Double level 3,
and the other 3 over here, and you want to put them closer together. Like, you don't want this much space.
I want a little closer together, but can we talk about, like...
Nope.
Adding some vines or some ivy or some greenery to the wall?
Oh, yeah, of course,
I think doing that adds a little bit more interest, but it will also give us a little bit of a separation.
I mentioned it to Philip in the last episode, and he did not know what vinage was. He didn't understand that. I kind of made that up, so I guess that's on my fault. But
so your partner Phil, if you're listening, and
he's not on right now.
In graphic design speak,
vinage. That's the technical term for when you're gonna put some vines someplace.
When the
usually a wall.
The greenery sticks to the walls.
Yes, when the greenery sticks to the walls, you are working with vinage. That is what that is. We make up words here that don't have to matter anyplace else. We know what they mean.
It's okay. I have years of learning designer speak.
That's right. So do we wanna move this nonsense up a bit? Are these too?
Are they too far up?
Are they too far away from the foliage?
The interesting is to the left and the right, I think they're fine. But when you see that area in the middle where you see it was duplicated.
Yeah, you see the foliage monkey?
Yeah.
You see him in there? You see the little monkey face?
Looks like a turtle.
Turtle?
Yeah, see the turtle face?
I don't see a turtle at
There's
all.
There's a turtle and these little fins and...
Oh, you're talking about down here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I see a turtle. But
There's
if you take that as a head and those are shoulders and those are arms, it's like monkey body. It's like a whole.
Oh, I do see
It's
him.
a whole big ape. So I was just thinking of him as the foliage monkey.
Oh.
Yeah, he's gonna go though.
Foliage turtle monkey.
That's.
We're gonna move on.
Yeah, we're gonna move on. Anyway.
But if you fill in above the foliage monkey.
Yeah, no. So here's the thing. Like this was all AI generated foliage, and then we duplicated this over to get more wall, and then moved on the windows from there. This has not been touched since we duplicated that over. So like the foliage style is right for Wonderland. Excuse me. It's the right style for Wonderland because the coloring is going to be like nothing you're used to. It's not Earth style coloring for it's not Earth style coloring for Earth.
It's not our realm.
Right, it's not our realm. So you're going to get some yellows, you're going to get some blues, you're going to get some reds and greens. Like it's going to be a mix of stuff. So it's the right style, but it is a complete duplicate. So at least half of it is going to get scrapped, and we're going to yank something else from Midjourney and slap it in there and figure that out. My problem is if we have Lorena standing here right now, the ground is like here. I'll show you guys on this screen. The ground is like right here, right on the monkey shoulder. If you look past this bush, there's wall here. So that means the ground level is right across the center of where this foliage is.
Really low.
So if she's standing, how tall is she? Is she this tall? Is she that tall? Like perspective wise, so the windows, that's got to work. And I feel like this is just too far away because I feel like in like the real images.
If we're even looking at the windows in our own house,
yeah,
I feel like they're 3.5, 4 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
And she can't be that tall. So like.
Yeah, like I'm just looking at yeah, I'm like looking at the house like this, and that's a hedge. That's not like a 6-foot hedge. That's maybe
2.5.
I think it's probably taller than that. It's probably like 4 feet.
You sure about that?
Yeah, because you're meant to walk up the steps. There's steps there. If you're standing in front of it, it probably comes up. It probably comes up chest high on me. And I'm 6, so I'd say like 3.5, 4 feet. But it's right under the windowsill.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm looking across the room at a window in our house.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I know this is a different time period.
Quite a bit.
It's about 3.5, 4 feet from the floor to the window. So if we say maybe she's 5'2", something, then she probably would be walking in right about that first block of window.
Yeah, she'd be like right there.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if that's going to look strange. If she's going to look too small.
If you bring up the foliage.
If you bring this up a little bit, like her.
To the second window.
No, it shouldn't be that tall.
No. I mean the second block of windows in the bottom layer.
Oh, you mean in here?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Panes. Say panes. Yeah.
Panes.
I get confused. These are windows. Panes. These are panes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying move this up to where when she's standing, she comes to like right here, like the top of her head comes to here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you can almost have her like reaching out and going, "Oh, what's in there?"
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm measuring like you for a minute.
This is how I measure walls, people.
It's how she hangs pictures. Like, it's this wide.
I always hang pictures.
It's this far from the wall.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You say so.
I do.
Just the ones in the office, not this office. Your office. Okay, that's gonna be pretty tall. Well, you know what? I don't even know why we're trying to figure out how she should fit on there. How about I just grab her?
You just want to put her in there and see how it works?
I'll just grab a version of her. And let's do there. She looks sneaky in that one.
Looks good.
Or do we want to do like the full size?
No, I like the other one.
Like the sneaky one?
Yeah, it looks like she's looking around like is anybody watching me.
All right. So this is just we're not putting this in the actual. This is just for eyeballs, so we can look at it and go, oh, what does this look like? Is this gonna work? Is this what we're really talking about? Why did my music change? I really don't like when it does that. No. Back to what you were doing. Alright. We're gonna crank that out. Bye-bye. Here we go. Obviously, that's too tall.
Yeah, it's very tall.
But before we do anything else, we're going to show Mama the trick that I showed everybody else earlier. Get this off my screen. It keeps popping up for no reason. I don't need any of this. We will take this and we will blend it just so I can see where it fits in the walls and the window. There we go. And now we can play. So if we were to put her like, hey, cats, enough. So we were to put her like there.
Okay.
You think she's too big?
Can you zoom out?
Not really. No, well, unfortunately, when you free transform something while you're in the middle of transforming the size, you can't zoom in and out. As soon as you do that, it locks it at whatever size it's at. It's fine. I can go back a step. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
It's just you've asked that a couple times now, and it doesn't work that way.
Got it. Nope. Noted.
Yeah.
All right. I think she's a little shorter.
So now is that a question of moving her down?
Yeah. Yes.
Is she like in the bushes there? She seems like her head seems big for the window.
She seems large.
Well, and she might be. That's why we're doing this test. We're trying to see how she fits in this.
Yeah, the proportions aren't
in this.
right.
That's what I'm saying. The proportions might not be like she might need to be this small.
I think that works better. think she needs to be a little lower because I think it makes her look like she's like 5'10". Not common for that period. Yeah, what do you think?
Well, let's go one step further.
Okay.
Just because we can. Let's try to get rid of some of the edging here so you
And
don't.
so you have a clearer view of it.
Yeah, to see a clearer view of how she fits in there. So you're not looking at the square image that's
Distracting everybody.
distracting everyone from what you're, should be paying attention to.
Oh, I think that looks cool.
And again, we probably won't use this exact image because this is just a first glance version of her, and it may not be the final. We still haven't completed character work on her yet. She's still in version 1.
I do love this though because I really think it brings home the fact that we're following her through this.
Right. Yeah, so it'll be kind of like that. She'll be a little bit.
I do like the double layers of windows now. I think it gives a little bit of extra.
No, it's not darker. That didn't really help any. But you think that's the right? If we do double there and double there.
Yeah. You have the ivy coming down the walls.
And we'll put ivy behind her. Like
yeah,
we'll put
like
it.
you fill in those spaces.
We'll fill in these spaces here.
So we need to take her down just a little bit lower.
I'm gonna move this up. Oh, you're saying in the window pane?
Yeah.
I mean, we can.
I'm just worried about her appearing like she's 5'10".
Maybe she is 5'10". You don't know how tall Alice's sister is.
Alright.
Book doesn't say. Who knows? Maybe she was the first WNBA player. Maybe she's 6'7".
I like the way that looks.
You put her up here like they Candy Mutombo.
I like the way that looks.
Lorena the Giant. Alright, so we're good with that for right now?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
And I don't know, I kind of like her suspicious look there. She's looking around like, is anybody watching?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that.
Well. What we might end up doing, I had the idea when we slapped her in here. She has a tree next to her. Might be a good idea to put like some kind of tree over here so she's like behind
like
the tree or hiding behind the tree
I
or
like
something.
That, yeah.
Because that then you give the tree
fills in the space
up in here, and then that way you don't have to work on so much wall. You can kind of tree this side.
I like that.
Get the vines in there and make it all one thing. All right.
Gives a little more interest to that side of the image too.
You call it interest. I call it filling that space with something that's easier to deal with than me having to hardcore design stuff.
And tomato.
Mm-hmm. Definitely tomato on that one.
It's easier for you. It looks like more interest and more depth in the picture to me.
Fair enough. All right, so now that we have our little window thing going on there, courtesy of you, we're going to move the shrubbery. Alright, I'm going to take all of this down here. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, we are going to copy merge. like I showed you guys before. If you weren't here and you didn't see it, you are going to have to go back and watch, because I'm not showing you again. Alright, we're going to move this up a bit. What do you think?
Yeah.
Or are we talking like... Or are we talking like...
Oh, that's tough. Stop there?
That kind of looks right.
It does.
I mean, I'll fade.
It looks like it would naturally fall to that area, the window, if it's getting overgrown.
Mm-hmm.
No,
well, I mean, we'll vine
right, but no,
all
like,
up in here.
Like when you're all like in here, like
Yeah.
No, I think that looks right.
Alright. See, folks, it literally is just your eyeballs looking at the screen going, is that right? What do you think? Is that right? Yeah, it's right to you, it's right to me. Alright. That's all we're doing here, kids. Alright. Put a mask on that big boy. Let's see where the hell we actually are. Alright. Ho, ho, ho. Do a little fading here. So the coloration and holleration is not so bad. Fix that up a little bit. And what we may end up having to do is get rid of this right side here, because the left side looks like it fits.
What do you mean get rid of it? Are we talking about duplicating the other side, or what are you talking about?
Just the foliage.
Okay.
It's duplicated on both sides, so we can't use both sides. We have to get rid of one. It was built into the right side, and we flipped that over. But now that we have these windows here, this actually looks like from here over.
That looks pretty natural.
That looks more natural than what we got going on over here.
Yeah.
So I may end up getting rid of that instead. I'm sure people are eventually going to watch this and go, what are you crazy people doing? How are you building this? What is going on? Why is this an entire brick?
It breaks.
Oh, okay. They're just kind of stuck together.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright.
You asked for sugar.
Wafers, baby! Alright. Alright, so now that I've cleaned this up a little bit, take a look, and tell me when to stop. Never mind. That did not work. I wanted that to go over the windows. But in order to do that, you have to actually put the layer over the windows.
I was wondering. I looked up. I was like, I don't think that's what he was.
That
going
is
to
that
do.
is not what I was going for there.
Okay, good.
It was supposed to be magic, and I forgot to
the
put.
Magic?
Well, no, I brought the magic. I forgot the black silk cover that goes over the rabbit and the hat. I just
Uh-huh.
brought the hat and the rabbit, so you could like see me pull the rabbit out that was sitting in the hat. Like I didn't have the. Never
Do
mind.
better.
I'm trying. Having a hard time. All right, here we go. We got to do a little more.
All right, let's try again.
A little more.
I'm like, I don't think that's what he meant to do.
It is absolutely not what I meant to do, and that just means that this needs to be fixed a little bit. Because what in the hell is going on? That, and I also have a what's the right word? Is it clumsy? Or are you considered clumsy, or are you considered?
You are very lucky you're on the other side of this camera right now.
What's the word for when you trip over things that don't exist? What do you call that?
So if I knock this camera over to get to you.
This is how you keep it alive, kids.
I am
keep it alive.
Occasionally.
I keep it alive by inching closer to death every day.
I am occasionally vertically challenged.
It's really only vertically. You sure about that?
And not height wise, because I'm not short.
I think there might be some other challenge. I think
arrow?
there's other challenges you might have faced at some point in time.
Is it arrow challenge? What is the challenge when you trip over air?
It's definitely not arrow challenge. I don't even know what that is. You're gonna have to find some other word for air in another language and work that in there. All right.
This falls into the realm of we're lucky I'm cute.
I mean, never hurts to say that. All right.
Where are we
So we are. All right. Now take a look at the screen.
Okay.
We are going to move the ground up and down.
All right.
Do we want it over the windows?
I like to the right when you can see the growth kind of over the right windows.
Well, I mean, it's not going to look like this because this just looks like a pile of nonsense. I'm more focused over here. I'm going to eradicate all of that. I'm looking at this.
Okay.
This won't even be here because we've got to redo these windows and we got to do vines, and I'm probably going to have, depending on where we place these might be like off the screen.
Okay, so just look at the windows we're
Yeah, just look in this area for right now. So what I'm looking for is where this kind of ends up, because it can end up like higher up here.
Okay. I like a little higher. It like kind of lends itself to the overgrowth, but not like creeping up the windows.
Like there.
Yeah. Maybe we can go a little bit higher.
You want it like on the ledge.
Yeah.
Like that.
But I also think that gives it a little more depth too. Like it looks like it's not quite against the windows. It's just as you're walking up to it, you see that it's got growth up there.
You have some growth down there, is what it looks like.
I know, furball.
Furball growth.
Now attached to my foot. Okay.
I mean, at night she's attached to your head, so
That is true.
that would probably be better.
Those people with fur babies understand.
Alright. So I'm kinda sneaking this in here so we don't lose the bottom of the windows with the plants, but you do need to see that the plants have kind of taken over, so there is that part. Let's do that. Let's do a little bit of this. This is the detail work I was telling you about, guys. It's a pain, but it is what makes an image really kind of kill it. You gotta take care of the details. You alright there, Mama?
Yeah, no, I just
She having a moment?
smothered our baby furball in love to get her to stop hitting the camera.
I mean, that's how you do it.
Yes.
It's very interesting how they want love until you give it to them in an overabundance, and they're like, "Yeah, no, that's not what I was talking about."
Welcome to being cat parents.
Yeah, it's very entertaining.
I want all your love, but not that way.
Not that way.
Not that way.
That's just
That
gross.
is not what I asked
That's
for.
gross. Don't touch me. So weird. So weird how one second it's like, love me, pet me, love me, pet me. Don't touch me. Don't look at me like that. Get away from me. Alright. That's kind of good. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think it's really natural looking. It's just like a perspective depth to it. Like you're walking up to the window.
Yeah. You want to give it a little 3D when you can. Alright. I know somebody watching this at some point is going to be like, you left blue stuff all around your top 3 windows. We're not there yet. Relax.
Trust in the process.
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
See, you have trust the process. I am the process.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. That didn't work out as well as I thought it would.
It didn't, but you know.
Listen, not like I said, not every joke's a winner. They're not all gonna be winners. There's gonna be a lot of singles. Swinging for home runs every time, but there's gonna be a lot of singles.
For the record, that was one of them.
That was. That might have been a bunt. Every once in a while, it's a swing and a miss.
I'm liking the double layer windows even more now.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's New Zealand for yes, by the way. In case you guys don't know what that is, they don't use yes, they use yeast.
His wife watches a lot of like New Zealand episodes.
She watches. Let me tell you something. I don't think you'll understand this. My wife watches some of the strangest TV that I think exists, because I'm sure some of your wives out there watch like Real Housewives of Kentucky or whatever state they're on now, Real Housewives of New Jersey. My wife watches old British TV, some current British TV, but also old British TV. And when you run out of British TV, apparently you don't come back to American TV.
You just rewatch.
You go further away from America. And since she has a hard time keeping up with a lot of the Indian and Southeast Asian TV, she went straight to New Zealand, which is kind of like the West Virginia of Australia.
You're so weird. They're quirky. It's fun. And then I just worked my way over to the other countries. That's fine.
They speak English, but it's a different language. Yes.
Well, you know what?
We went to the mall.
Look,
The mall.
We have states in this country that cannot pronounce consonants.
Oh, we have people in this state that can't pronounce this state. So
It is Florida.
it is Florida. Florida. There we go. All right. Okay.
That's offending New Zealanders because they look like they're a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm sure they're wonderful people. I'm probably never gonna meet too many of them, but
So when I go to New Zealand, I'll just leave you here.
sounds like a plan. Have fun.
What are we working on?
So these windows here look like they're part of the wall. Those windows there look like they're ghosts.
Because there's no wall.
There is no wall. That is a serious problem with our windows right now, is that there is no wall to put them on.
Do we need to create a wall? What do you do?
We are probably going to create a wall. At this point, we could go in several directions. There are choices to be made.
I like choices.
You do not like choices. You rarely like making choices.
I didn't say I like making them. I said I liked having them.
Or you like having them, you like making them, right? All right. So this needs to be. I'm trying to get this black down here at the bottom, even because the previous foliage is still peeking through underneath. So we're trying to clear that out. All right. So we can do any one of three things. Four things. We can figure out what to do down here with all this foliage. We can add our tree in. We can clean up our windows so they will eventually match a background. We can build the wall, or we can do our windows over here.
I am torn between
You want choices.
I like choices.
Okay.
I am torn between tree and wall building.
Oh, we have vines too. I forgot about vines. Vines is completely.
Choices.
Yeah, we probably should do vines after we build the wall.
I should build the wall, then put the vines on it. So I think we should build the wall.
Yeah.
Add the tree.
Don't say build the wall. I don't want to build the wall.
I think we should extend the wall, add the tree, add the vines, then clean the windows. Then decide what to do with the right side.
Then get rid of the monkey turtle.
And decide what to do with the right side.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're wall extending. I know.
All right.
Your least favorite choice.
Literally, greatest option you could have chosen.
But I feel like it's the right option.
Let's see. You always say that.
Because I'm usually right.
Because it's the one you picked.
Which should make it the right option.
That is not how that works at all. That is not at all how any of this works. All right, it doesn't look like we have a brick wall available in the mid-journey that we've already used. So, the next thing we do, bum, ba, bum. Since
Ooh, 4 windows.
No, we don't need that window. We are exiting that window. We are also exiting its partner. Those are all gone now. No extra windows. A doo-dah day. Alright, and then we're going to turn all of the current windows on the left side here off. Because guess what that leaves, folks? Wall. Lots and lots of wall. So, we duplicate our big monster wall back here. Whoops, we should not have done it that way. Sometimes I'm stupid. Since we're covering that up, I think it's about time we merge those two together. Boom. Okay. Now we can duplicate this bad boy. And up you go. It's the elevator of brick wall. No, none of that. Okay.
That one didn't land either.
No. Sometimes they don't.
But it is very cool to watch.
Foul ball, left field. Alright, we're going to try right about there. We may have to move that down in a moment, but we shall see. Alright, so the next thing we're doing is we're taking the duplicate we just dropped and fading it up from the bottom so that hopefully the brickness will eventually sort of match. It's going to be a little matchy for what we want. We're going to have to edit it afterwards, but like I keep telling you guys, you got to get the base done first, and then you can start, getting detail work in. Yeah, see, we're already too far up because I had to get rid of the plant, so we got to bring this bad boy down there. I think I can fill that spot independently after we are done. Let's get rid of some foliage. Now, I know you're probably looking at this brickwork going, this looks ridiculous. It's starting to not look like brick anymore because there's just so many colors going on and so many different shades and styles and whatever. That's not going to matter because once we're done with this whole thing and we get everything placed where we want it, we get Lorena in there, we get the vignettes and the windows, and we are ready to go. I will take the entire cover background without the Wonderland branding up top. I'll take that, throw that back into Midjourney, and have it make sure that the watercolor styling and the detail level of this cover ends up matching the cover for Module 1, because this is incredibly detailed compared to what the Module 1 cover looks like. And that doesn't mean we don't need to do the detail. It's just that when you do something like this, you want to actually do the full detailed version so you have it. And then when you get that done, I don't want to say you dumb it down to what your style is, but you literally take that and change it to the style that you want it to end up as.
So it all looks branded as the same style.
Right. Because even though, we're going for this kind of watercolor meets Hitchcock 50s, 60s kind of rear window deal, the most important part is that we stay with the general watercolor aesthetic and we stay with the way that that's painted, because there's 50,000 different ways to paint watercolor, and I've experienced almost every one of them trying to make this thing, because it loves to throw different stuff at me. Alright, so that's some wall. It's not the greatest wall, but it is a wall.
What you thinking?
Thinking that now would be the appropriate time to shrink our other windows.
I agree.
So
it really kind of comes together seeing the brick behind the top layer of window.
Yeah. You gotta kind of see it in full perspective for it to really hit you right. Alright, so we're gonna clean this up a little bit so we end up having all 4 windows here, and we are magically going to turn 4 windows into 6. I don't like that one bit. Let's do that way. Promise, haven't forgotten that I've got to go back to the windows and make sure each pane looks different. It is in the back of my head. Alright, and I think that is pretty good. Let's see here. Oh, you got all kind of spots over here. Let's get rid of that. Alright. Oh, well, look at that. Adriana says hi.
Hi, Adriana.
She is cutting Philip's hair right now. Alright.
Is that how his curls stay so good?
That is how it works. Gotta have a curl specialist if you're gonna keep the curls.
Right, gotta go to the best.
Alright. Let's get a little more wall here, because that was looking a little red and weird. Oh, now we're getting blue. Don't want to do that. Alright. I can deal with that, I believe. Alright. That should be pretty clean. Alright, it's kind of a mess, but we'll clean it up here shortly. What we'll have to do is get rid of that for the moment. And we're going to take these bad boys. I know you like to zoom out, however, we are going to zoom in here because we have to make sure that these windows are the same width and height as these. Let me make sure I got that right. That's that, that's that, that's not in the same level, so we're going to have to copy merge the whole thing. Alright, let's do it that way. Alright, and paste in place. Da-da-da. Why does it look like you move to the right? I hate when it does that. Nope. It's right where it's supposed to be. Okay. Alright. We're going to shrink them. And we will make sure they are the same size as the other windows by dragging them over there and putting them right next to it. How about that, kids? I think we got to go a little bit thinner. Maybe like right there. Those look the same.
Can you move them over one of the set of windows?
Absolutely not. Blasphemy for even asking. How about underneath them?
Underneath them would be great.
No,
That's exactly how we don't see them.
Yeah, that's exactly how you can't see what you're working
Yeah.
on. Alright. I'll make them darker here in a second so you can actually see the windows that we're laying over.
Well, you're kind of almost there.
This keyboard and mouse is killing me. Alright, so yeah, if you do this one, and then we slide it back and forth here. Yeah, like right about there. There.
Over.
Right there.
Right there.
Alright, we're sticking with it.
Okay. No, see, that's called what we call girl measurements.
That's right. Oh no, I do that all the time. That's design measurements. You just lay that on.
Is that how that works?
You trace. You lay it on top of the other thing, and you go, "What's this look like? Does this look all right? Look all right to you? All right, that's what we're going with." That is an integral part of compositing. All right, so we can put this back in the same spot. We did not, because it's shrunk, obviously. I think the bricks are all right. Alright, and that means that we duplicate this bad boy yet again. And this is where being on the underside comes in handy. There we go. Check that out. And then what we'll do some fading, and they'll look like a nice little family. There we go. That's starting to look like 3 windows. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, going through stuff like this is the boring part of the process. It's not super exciting, but it does have to get done. Like I said, details matter.
Details do matter.
More importantly, details matter in Wonderland, because when you are playing, details are very important. Even though we've constructed this game so that a newbie like myself can sit down with experienced players and be able to mostly keep up. That does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that this is easy or meant to be easy. We expect you to die.
Baby.
We do. That's literally one of the things that we're putting on our marketing, is that we expect you to die. If you make it all the way through without becoming a ghost, you should probably win something. Because it's tricky. It's hard. There's lots of clues. There's all kinds of hidden things. There's all kinds of crazy monsters. And time is running out.
Time is running out on these windows.
I know, they take forever, right? Well, and I'm using a friggin' pad mouse to do this with, which is literally, other than using one of those trackball mice from, like, you remember the trackball mice from like the 90s or whatever, the big solid like rolly ball inside this land mass of a mouse. It's very difficult to use one of those and use Photoshop. You have to really be like used to using that mouse in this software to be able to pull it off. But this is second. Which one are you? You are that thing. Yeah. So. Yeah. So we're going to fade this down. Yes, I know. That's there too. We'll get to that. Done with the edge of the windows in a moment. Sorry, we're kind of dead space in there, guys. You tell me, lady, what should we talk about?
I don't know. I'm kind of like zenned out watching you fade this right now.
You know what's funny is Philip said the same thing.
It's just kind of like
He's like, I could just drop this on and let it run all day. And I was telling people earlier, I was like, you know what? If this is your particular brand of ASMR, I guess whatever works for you.
Stop putting all my calming channels on YouTube and just start watching you do this.
I guess that depends on how creepy you want to be as an individual. It's one thing for like the followers to watch. It's another thing for my wife to have it on in the house while I'm like producing in the office. She's got it on the TV streaming in the living room.
I don't think I appreciate the fact you just called me creepy. So,
no, I said that would be creepy. I don't know if necessarily you would be creepy. It would be creepy. And therefore make you creepy by extension.
So you just called me creepy.
In theory.
Right, go back to your windows.
I'm still working on my windows. I can work on my windows and harass you at the same time.
When do we get to zoom out?
I swear, you're like the kid in the passenger seat. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Do we have windows yet? insane, lady. Just for that, I'll zoom in. How about that?
That's unfair.
Alright. So we got some windows. There is the updated foliage. There is the titling.
Okay.
Oh.
So, we thinking tree next? I will say there is a lot of room between the windows. What do you think?
We did
between
it.
the sets of windows.
Yeah, well, we did it that way because the idea was that they're two separate rooms. They need to be like separate.
Okay.
What are you talking about, Phil? Maybe corrosion on a contact? I'm not entirely sure what that was meant for, considering that was probably a few moments ago. Corrosion on a contact. I don't know what that means. Something has to do with my eyeball, I'm sure. Anyway.
Philip, are we talking about aging the windows?
I don't think that's what he means.
Okay, well then.
We could just be wrong.
Moving on.
It's entirely possible.
So, I know there's supposed to be separate rooms, but it really does look like the windows are really far apart.
They are really far apart. One moment. We are going to take all of this shizzle, as Uncle Snoop Dogg says, and slide it down. Alright, so I know the space between the windows is driving you nuts, or the window sets are driving you nuts. What we can do, because again, I zoomed this out 25% from the original. We can zoom it back in and move these a bit closer.
Okay.
Because if we move these closer now, you've got all this extra wall that's going to have vine on it and nothing else.
Well, we're going to put a tree there too, right?
Oh, that's right. We're going to put a tree there.
Filling the tree above. So I think we could move those over.
Well, let's see. Let's see what they look like. Slide to the right. Back this time. And actually, you know what? That might be better. Because this was going to be the Duchess window, or the Duchess set of windows. And now they're right in the center.
I like that.
Like if we put them right there, they're right in the center. So then they become the focal point, whether you intended them to be the focal point or not.
I do love centered.
You do love a good focal point?
I love a good focal point. Especially when it's me. But I do love centered contact.
Alright. We have minute 45 in. Right now it seems like we have some windows. We have a faint image of Lorena in here. Do we say tree?
I say we say tree.
I say we say tree. We say tree! Alright.
Do we need to find a tree?
I mean, at some point your tree's going to have to come from somewhere. So here is what we will do. We will take this image. We will zoom it outy out like 2 times. All right, so everyone paying attention, we are back in Midjourney, our helpful AI creation tool, and we are going to have it zoom out of the original image that we used last night as we were building this thing. Because what I want to do is I want to make the window smaller. I want to make everything smaller in that image. And then I want to I'm going to go ahead and give it additional instructions to add a tree on the left-hand side. Now it's going to come up with some hokey stuff here in a minute. Trust me. Yep, look at that. You're looking at a brick wall with windows through a brick wall with windows. Yeah.
I don't see a tree there.
There is not one.
There's no tree.
There's not even really a building here. There's 2. So that did not work out very well. Not entirely sure why it did that. It's very strange. But what we will do is we will take this right here. We will throw this over to image prompt, and we will say, we will throw this over to Omni reference, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. Same, oh, here we go. Same image as Omni reference. Add a tree to the left-hand side of the image. Let's go with add a tall. Should we say tall and leafy? Tall and leafy tree?
Sure.
Do we want it leafy? Do we want it not leafy?
Let's go for leafy.
You want to go leafy? Okay. Tall, leafy tree to the left-hand side of the image. All right. Let's see what it says. Sneaking up on the 2-hour mark in this session, and what in the world is going on here? That is not the same image as the Omni reference at all. Thanks for playing. Alright, and we are also going to, I did this last time and I made that mistake, we need to give that the style reference as well.
So what is the difference between the style reference and the Omni reference?
So the style reference is just going to focus on the design style of the image. So like we have like a very detailed watercolor that we're working with. If the image that you put there was, say, a hand-drawn cartoon or it was a visual from Star Wars, it wouldn't matter what I typed in as far as a prompt goes. It would make the image styled in that visual style.
Got it.
So, you know, if the image I put up there was an image of something from Star Wars and my prompt was a bumblebee sitting on a flower, I'm pretty sure that bumblebee would have a blaster and a Jedi wand, whatever those things are called. I'm sure it would be decked out in Star Wars gear because that's the style that it's basing the image off of. The Omni reference is a little bit different. It's literally saying, I want you to take the image that I'm giving you exactly as it is base what I'm telling you to do off of this exact image. And don't give me some random other house or some other country or some different color palette or whatever. This specific thing. Now, granted, we didn't tell it what kind of tree, so it has given us a bunch of dinky little trees that do not help. So, we're going to try that again.
And for Star Wars friends, it is not a Jedi wand.
It's not a Jedi wand. I can't remember what it's called. My brain has, holes in it. Lightsaber. That thing. Lightsaber. I knew I'd get it eventually.
I was not going to let you let that go. That's because you've been at this for several hours.
I've been at this for several hours. To the point where I just made the edit in the prompt and did not attach any of the images it should reference. So now I have this massive tree sitting in front of a bank. And there's some car from the 1940s.
It's a great car.
It's a great picture. This looks beautiful. I'd like to go there. But it has nothing to do with what the hell we're doing. Absolutely nothing. Sometimes that happens because I'm not paying attention. All right. All right. One more time. One more again. Ugh. Huh. Just wait till we start doing live animation. You're going to see crazy stuff. No, I'm not seeing good things. Maybe we need to tell it it's an oak tree.
Try an oak tree. Or oak tray. Oak tree.
An oak tray?
An oak tray.
If I tell it that, it's definitely going to give you a tray made of oak. A large... Ah. All right. Large dying oak tree. Mm-hmm. Like, I want to know, where are you getting all these different houses? Like, it's literally not pulling the image that I asked it for. Like, it's got a blue door and a red door with a tree. Like, it took two colors out of the image I gave it, and nothing else.
How do you fix that?
You don't. No, I would believe that we would end up making the omni-reference stronger, because it has a rating scale on it.
Okay.
The stronger you make the number, the more exactly tied to the image that you're adding into it, it stays. So the more stringent it gets, the higher the number goes. So I had it on 200. It should have done its job, but it did not. So we will take 500. Huh. Excuse me. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Probably gonna. Thank you. I'm probably gonna sneeze 4 more times, 5 more times. Happens every time I sneeze now. I don't know why. It really is not at all comprehending the dead tree thing. It is just not interested in that. That's okay.
How about a wilting tree?
Don't need it. That's okay. But I maybe. But I don't need it. I'm good right now.
Well, that's a good one.
What do you think about that?
I like that.
Yeah?
I like the shape of it. Is that going to be too much for the... No, we have plenty of space.
Well, a lot of this can be off screen too. Like I can
Yeah.
chop it like right, not right down the center, but maybe a little left of center. Chop it there, then the rest of this is in the screen. So there's that.
Yeah, I like the kind of moss component to it.
Yeah, I like the color, but it's just too bright and living. It's too living.
Agreed.
Yeah, like I like bringing the color in there, but it's just too living. And I think that is specific to that corner that it's growing in, so it won't transfer very well. So I think we should probably.
Yeah,
You want to try a couple extra of these? You want to see some
let's
variation?
Try that. Maybe we have a wilting tree with kind of gnarled branches.
You want some gnarl?
Let's get some gnarl.
You need some gnarl in there.
Yeah.
All right.
I love words that make no sense.
Explain, especially when they have they start with letters that you don't even use. Like, who pronounces it gnarl? Like, really?
I was just about to.
You're gnarly. Like, just what's that even doing there? Why don't we just start with N? But do feel free to describe to me exactly what gnarly looks like.
Let's be nice.
You can be. This is your problem now. Like, if you want to be nice and describe gnarly, you absolutely can. But it's not how I do it. All right, now our tree is getting kind of red. It's losing its moss here. What do we think? Any of these better than what we had originally?
No.
No, because we like that moss in the middle.
We do.
We like all of this and this up here.
I think a wilted tree with gnarled branches.
Mm-hmm.
A moss-covered wilted tree with gnarled branches.
Why are you giving me a prompt for something I already got? It's right there.
Because the prompt's not working.
I already got it. It's right there. We're not using that one?
We can use that one.
You want to make another one?
Can we add to the prompt?
You want to make another one with your prompt,
Yes.
is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, so give it to me, baby, one more time.
A moss-covered.
Hold on. Add a large.
Wilted.
We gotta be wilted. Moss. Covered. Oak tree.
With gnarled branches.
With gnarled. Uh-huh.
Gnarled.
With gnarled.
Yes.
Branches. Anything else you'd like in your tree?
No.
Dinosaur eggs?
I think it's good for now.
Yeah, we're good? Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Give it a
I
shot.
can always ask for more.
Listen, if it's not gnarly enough for you, you can always, up the gnarl. In the next one. Alright, take those away from me. They are not allowed to be in arm's reach.
I know.
Put them on top of the printer or something, because I'll keep grabbing them. I want to know why this thing keeps putting a tree next to a bank.
You can remove the bank.
I could just take the tree.
Second one's pretty good.
This isn't bad.
Yeah.
Is that the appropriate amount of gnarl?
I believe so.
I think so. Is that better gnarl than this?
I feel like that matches. Bless you. I
Thank
feel
you.
like this one actually matches the style of the picture more.
I kind of feel like this is too healthy.
It doesn't.
The moss is a little too
the leaves
green.
Are so bright.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna put it in there. I'm gonna dim it so it matches the kind of.
We take it. Is it the Omni reference?
What are we doing? What?
We're matching that and just saying.
Darker, please.
Darker, please.
Well, you said mossy.
Can we make it a little more dead inside?
Okay, we're not making a picture of you. We're making a picture of the tree. And if I tell it to make the moss, like, darker, then you're probably gonna end up with that.
Philip, should I throw something at him?
Philip's not listening. He's getting his hair cut. I mean, I'll try it, but you're gonna get the same result. So, be warned. So you want this as your Omni reference.
Let's try it. Can we say Spanish moss instead?
Oh, I made a mistake.
Because that's like the moss that creeps over the tree, right?
Here you are being creepy again. Alright, so Omni reference. Yeah, I guess we can use that style reference too. What about this one?
I like that one.
A little better?
Yeah. Still
Eh?
needs to be darker, but yeah. That one I think is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can make it darker in the image.
I know. Like I feel like.
You feel like you want to see AI make it darker for me.
Yeah.
Okay. You're that person. All right. Now we aren't adding a gnarled tree. We are the gnarled tree. A large wilted moss covered. Dark moss covered. Brown moss. Gray moss. Purple moss.
Dark Spanish moss.
Dark Spanish. Hold on. That's not how you spell Spanish. Spanish moss. Covered oak tree.
Yes.
With gnarl. Okay. Just cranking out these 2-hour streams, kids.
Actually, I should probably take that back.
Take what back?
Apparently,
Your gnarl.
Spanish moss trees are not in England.
Well, this is Wonderland, so I guess that
I
works.
can get away with it.
There's that.
Yeah.
This is looking very green.
It is looking extremely green. Although I like that first tree.
You like this look?
I do. I just need to be dead.
Dead. All right.
But I like the moss like dripping.
She likes her moss dripping, ladies and gentlemen.
I do.
Note that. I don't know why you should note that, but you should note that. All right. I know it's not as big as it should be, but we're gonna make it grow.
It's a light background. Is that gonna be a lot of work to
You just relax, lady.
clean up? Okay.
This is not my first rodeo. We may not even use this thing. We're about to find out. Alright. And now, for a little blend mode. Alright, so you're right. The on white is not really going to work. I mean, you could do it, because you're going to see some of this. But also, this isn't going to be all black either. So, let's do this. I'll show you what I mean.
Okay. I don't really know what you're looking for.
Like, you see how you're seeing, like, the branches and whatnot there, but you don't see the rest of the tree. It's because it's trying to overlay all of that on a dark background. So, if... Sorry, I'm going to put this. So, if this wasn't black... You see how you see it now?
Yeah.
So we just gotta find like a happy medium between. Yeah, we may have to put that in a black background just to make our lives easier. It may be too much of a pain in the ass to blend.
That looked like it was.
Yeah.
Would be a lot cleaner.
I mean, you could also try to have generative AI cut it out, but it's not gonna do half as good a job as me actually trying to line out the whole thing, which will take forever and is not worth the tree. So we will go back here. We will do this again.
ask it for a dark background?
And yes, tell it to put it in a dark woods. You know why? Because we used this as the Omni reference. We should have done that. We should have stuck with the house. And just let it go with it. When we switched to the dark Spanish moss, we didn't use the style and Omni reference of the dark wall in the background, which is what we were doing before. So it put it on a white background and just focused on the tree. These are kind of wild.
That first one looks like it's shaping up pretty well. Oh, I like the first one.
Kind of like that one.
Yeah.
I mean, that would work too.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
That's kind of what I was imagining, but is there not enough tree up top?
Oh, I mean, that should be fine.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be, like, all filled in and whatnot. It's supposed to be dead. So, although I don't know what any of that is. Let's give it a shot. Hope that copied. My mouse is being weird. Very weird. Alright, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of whatever this nonsense is. Good old remove object. Remove!
Hello, Remington.
Remy! Remington Steele the Third has entered the room.
One of our felines. Come on, sir.
You gotta love how he waits for permission to enter.
He's a good boy.
He's trained well.
He's a gentleman. The only one in the house.
Listen here, who do you think trained him?
Me.
To stop at my door before he comes in? Yeah, right. That was totally you. Sure. That makes 100% sense. Alright, here we go. Merge layers. Now that's all one thingamajigger. And now we make it huge. That was a little too huge. Out of my way. Thank you. Giant tree. Wow, does that make her look small?
It does.
I mean, this may not be the tree for me. That's actually not bad.
I like that. I like how it's higher than the windows, but still like crosses the cover. It's a little interest above.
We may have to do a couple of layers of the tree to actually get it on there right.
I like that though.
I just want to see this area, and that window is really messing with me. Alright, so we're taking a look at this tree here to see if it will fit in our wonderful little vibe. And sometimes with things like this, you have to make 2 layers to get it in there, right? I don't know, it's kind of Dr. Seussy there. It's looking very Seussy. Alright, so we're trying to lightly, I know this is going to sound strange, we're trying to lightly darken this. So we want the wall behind the tree to be dark. We kind of want the tree to be dark too, to a certain degree. But it's also got to cooperate with that. So we're going to have to do it manually. I mean, we don't have to, but I like to do it manually just because that way I'm in direct control of exactly where the light is and where the color is coming from the background. If you do it universally with the system, then it kind of does it all on its own.
That's really looking more like a cover. It's popping.
Yeah, we'll get it there. It's going to take quite a bit more blending, but we'll... This is looking a little cartoony, so we kind of need to fix that. But again, as long as we get everything kind of where we want it-ish on the image, I'll take the Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes off. Everything's placed where it needs to place. Even if this looks a little more realistic and this looks more watercolor cartoon or whatever, we take the whole image, we slap it back into Midjourney, and we say, give me this exact thing, but make it watercolor. And give it some more specific watercolor directions, like we give it some bleed, we give it some staining and whatnot. And then it should take this exact image and just translate it to the actual style to make sure we get it right. Because it does, as you're seeing, it does kind of deviate a bit as you're kind of going through. Excuse me. Alright. Let's put that up here. There we go. You also notice how this tree has a floor.
I did not notice that till now.
Whereas our image does not, so I have to get rid of the floor.
And you also want the bottom darkened so you can put writing around on it.
Well, I mean, we can put more, more plant life down there. But we need to fade it darker at the very least when we get to the point of being done with it. So that, yeah, we can put text down there and you can see it. It doesn't have to be black, but it does need to be...
darker.
Yeah. Or is that too muddy? Should we keep it like that?
No, I think it needs to be a little darker.
Well, I mean, there's darker, and then there's what I was doing, which is I'm merging the stuff behind it. So it's getting kind of, like you see other stuff there.
I see that at first, yeah. No, you're right.
So, I mean, I can make this darker. That's the next thing.
that's interesting because as you're darkening that, I know the windows aren't changing, but it's like the windows are brightening because you're darkening what's around it. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, come on. So that's the original. And that's darkened.
And it looks great. And there's just enough spot right there for Lorena.
Mm-hmm. Now I'll darken this a bit too. It'll look better when the overlay of the watercolor, the paint style is on there.
We
And
might not even need the moss
we may just
or the ivy with all of the tree though.
I still think you need a little ivy, like up in here and whatnot. Yeah, just crawl off the walls. But I think if we darken this out quite a bit more, this does seem to fit. I like how these are framed.
Yeah.
They're framed right here because she'll be right there too, and it's
like
just bam bam.
Really pop under the tree.
Yeah. I think that works out pretty well. Okay, okay. All right, kids. We are at what are we at? We are at 2:18 here on this thing. What do you say? We got 15 more minutes in us. It'll be 8 p.m. EST.
That sounds reasonable.
All right. Well, wifey will probably do. This will be her last session of the day.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
I will probably come back and do one more, and see if we can finish this bad boy up.
He's definitely more of a night owl than I am.
1,000%. I like the nighttime. I like to boogie. All right. Let's see. So if we move her, come on now. All right. If we, yeah. All right. If we move her over here a bit. Now, the other concern you have to be aware of too, well, I have to be aware of, you don't have to be, is when I go to put this into Midjourney again to have it make sure the watercolor style is the same that we're, using for the rest of the covers. I may have to take Lorena off because it may mess her up.
Because she's already in the style.
Right, because she's already in the style, and it may mess her up and change her facial features, which we can't have because she has to look the same. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but it's one of those things that I am currently thinking about. All right, we're gonna get rid of you and you. We're here. Might as well put her in, right?
Yep.
Now here's an interesting little thing. So she's already in here. Her full character's in there, but I've got her on a blend mode where only pieces of her are showing. But she's not dark enough. She doesn't. You can kind of see through her. Yeah, she's transparent because she is transparent. So there are parts you can see through her into the building behind her, which you don't want to do. So the way you fix that and still keep the integrity of the background there, so you can see the actual wall, is you duplicate that layer. You rip the mask off that you originally put in the first one, so you're not doing that lighten blending mode. This is just the natural picture, but because you have a base underneath there already, when you put a mask on this and you start fading out the rest of this, it will keep the edging of the picture underneath because that's already there. It doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing now. The edging will still be there, so you can still edge it clean, but the inside will still stay fully colored because this is on the top layer.
And then she's laying over the bottom piece, so she's not as transparent anymore.
Right.
Got it.
Now, this may be a little bit weird design-wise because her hand is sitting right there.
And there's
so
no tree there.
there's no tree there, but it'll look like she's leaning against the wall if we do it right.
Okay.
So she's not hiding behind the tree. She's using the tree as like coverage behind her, and she's hiding behind these or in these shrubs. We'll keep her dress and her butt right there, so you can actually like see that she's in the foliage and not just like behind it or in front of it. She's in the middle of it, and then that hand on the wall will have her like right in the right position to be like sneaky. See like her hand right there?
Yeah, I'm a little suspect of the hand.
Listen, you be all the sus you want.
Okay.
I will show you. Let me show you said magic. Alright, it may take a minute. It may take all 15 minutes that we have left, or 13 minutes we have left, but we'll get it done. Because see, also, you're getting her shadow.
I see that.
Against the building.
Yeah.
I hear a Mila bear. Are we getting a visit from literally every cat?
I feel like
Every single animal has decided now is the right time.
every furry child has decided to come visit.
Uh-huh.
The entire family is on this.
The whole
episode.
fam is in here.
Yes.
I realize that you guys want your own show, but we're not there yet.
Eventually.
Alright, here we go, here we go. Give me some foliage. And we are definitely getting rid of your rickety hand. One second, kids. Found some errors down here we need to correct before we finish up with Lorena here. Hey, what's going on over there? You doing some scratching? You doing some scratchings?
She said we're ready for a break.
Oh yeah, we're almost there. Almost there. Let's get this goofy stuff out the way. $11 more minutes. All right. Slowly but surely. Sneaking up on it. Lots and lots of fading, guys. That is the gig. If you don't like long hours and repetitive actions, designing is not for you. It really is not. Then you add in that whole flavor of making something out of nothing. It's a fun little endeavor for the whole family to enjoy.
Well, they all are currently here.
They all are. Well, it's because we're here.
Yes.
They're like, wait, Mom and Dad have disappeared. right, our girl is coming together. And not too bad, kids. Now let's get in here and fix the integral stuff that wifey thinks will not look good.
I did not say that.
You absolutely
I
intimated.
said I was suspect.
You were suspect. You do not believe. You do not believe in the power.
Wasn't sure it would work.
I mean, I'm not sure it'll work. That's
Well, see?
that's how it works. You're not supposed to be sure that it works. You're supposed to wing it. It's hopes and dreams.
Is that how this works?
And that's how it works. Hopes, dreams. Some people use caffeine. Not me so much.
Me, definitely.
Definitely you. That's more of a you thing. And yes, I'm aware that her thumb is not attached to the rest of her hand. This is just a version 1 of Lorena. She has not been edited yet. I don't want to hear comments on YouTube in a week. And she's missing a finger. I know. I'm aware. Alright. And a little lightness in there. And in there. And I do believe we are about finished. Wrong way. There we go. What do we think?
What do you think, kitten?
I think she's a little bright.
I was just gonna say that.
She's a little
bright.
She's a little brighter than the rest of the scene.
For the background.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Let's go with the hue saturation and darken her a little bit.
That's better.
Alright, so that's the original. That's changed.
That definitely fits them better.
Yeah. Alright. I think we're getting there.
I think it's looking like a book cover.
It's looking like a book cover. It is definitely starting to occupy that space. And 5 minutes to spare.
I just want to point out that my tree prompt.
Your tree prompt did, in a lot of respects, work.
Thank you.
It did work in a lot of respects.
I like the full pause when you went to say that.
I was trying to figure out the nicest way to say that some of the things that you wanted in there were useful, and others were a sack of garbage.
However, that was my tree.
Yes, that is your what's left of your tree, I believe, is what you're looking for. We are going to.
Gotta take the wins where I can get them.
That's right.
That is a far cry from where it was when I walked in, sir.
I mean, that is the way it's supposed to work. If you saw where it was during end of episode 1 and where it is at the beginning of this episode, you would also say the same thing, that quite a lot has been done. One more little... Where is it? Where's my background? Is that it? I guess that is it. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to fix one more thing here. That's looking a little... darko. All right. What do you think? Not too bad. What the hell happened to this tree over here? I think I faded that too much. Oh, you know what we need to do? That's what we need to do.
What do we need to do?
I didn't fade it too much. I just didn't fade the thing that was underneath it. It's showing the red brick underneath there, and that's why it's looking that way. I'm like, why does that look like that? That's not what I had intended. Yeah, it's supposed to look more like that. Oh. More like that. Second. Okay, so all this area in here is dark to begin with. Alright, cool. We can lighten that up separately. But yeah, I think we're gonna need a lot more down here.
Yeah.
Like at least like faded down to put the stuff on, because this is just so stark.
It's just
like
a
this
block
is
of
this is
black.
pretty fine, and then I can fix this up here so it kind of matches that. And kind of blend this in a little bit better, because you still got some mess over here. But yeah, this can't just be black down here. It doesn't look right. But we will get to that on the, on the next stream, which will be sometime this evening. Probably the next like 30. But for now,
Thanks, folks.
Wifey signing off.
Night.
I will sign off for a little bit, and I will be back, like I said, in about 30. So hang tight, kids. And we're back. How's everybody doing? Back on the channel, back on the grind. So we have our book cover here. Got some windows that kind of look like they belong. Yeah. She's definitely still way brighter than the rest of this, but that's okay. That's okay. Again, this is kind of a composite of what we're going to end up with. So let's clean a little window. Not you. 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 That is very small. Let's make a bigger one. Not that big. There we go. Let's get rid of this little notifying mark there. That did not work out well. And that is because that is part of the wall. Alright. Good to know. So, what do we have going on here? Well, we want to make sure up first is, let's take a look at what is actually behind the Wonderland logo, because you can't really see it right now. If we take that off, that is what's back there. So we want to make sure that we clean this as much as humanly possible, so it's not a mess. Alright, that's kind of a thing. What is above it? No. It's gotta be one of you windows. No, it's not one of you windows. Really? What the hell is it then? Seeing a horizontal line there. It's gotta be attached to something. And it's probably you. There we go. Okay. So we just need to get rid of this right here. I wondered why that was looking so spacey earlier. It's because it's got a little overlay problem that we're going to fix right now. There we go. That's a lot darker than it was a minute ago. that. Then we slap that up there. Okay, so what I'm looking for is, yeah. So even though we have this taken care of, even though we got this taken care of right here, you see how it's black over here? It's going to be noticeable because the logo is right in the center, and you've got all this blue, and you've got all this tree and everything in the background. So we got to go ahead and kind of take this, copy it, flip it, put it over here, merge that. Probably just take this whole section. We'll take this whole piece right here, cut it out, flip it, put it over here, get rid of the tree, blend that in so at least it's got this kind of patina to it. And then that should even that out. That way when you look at the logo, you're not looking at this going, oh, okay, blue, dark. It's not going to look uneven, look even across the book cover. So, boom, 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 boom. Here we go. So what is making that lovely color? It is this piece right here. So we are going to take that. We're also going to take the duplicate of that. Before we do anything else that we're not using, we're going to dump it down here at the bottom with our other unused objects, just to keep that out of the way. See, there's our brand right there. So you notice if you have the blue back here, this will look more evened out, and it won't look so right heavy with the windows. So, all right, we're on that layer. We are going to cut along the tree line, right across here. Get that branch in there. That's fine. Get all that. All right, and then we're going to cut around this. Hell, you know what? We can copy merge it. Why not? All right, now we're going to paste special. It's on top. We are going to flip it horizontal. What just happened? Oh, we're in the wrong one. There we go. Just so you guys can see. Da, 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 da. We're going to slide this bad boy right over there. There we go. All right. Now, obviously, we don't need it to take up the same kind of space that the other side has. We've got some extra we can fade there, and this obviously down here can fade up, but we need to get rid of all of that. So what we're going to do is and we're going to slide right over this right here. Oh, do a little crooked dance. Let's try that right there. Thank you. And let's see if AI will allow us to remove this object. Hey, not too bad. Not too bad. I think I actually like that one the best. And we will merge these two bad boys together. Now we've got this piece, and I know you see it because I see it. This lovely little line we got going on here. This little crack that runs along. It's kind of faint on the screen there, but it is plain as day to me, so we are going to have to do a little bit of work on that and make it not so obvious. It's at least a little better blended. Let's bounce back out here. There we go. That's full. We're going to get rid of that bottom part anyway. But you know what? Just because we can, let's go ahead and take this chunk that we can't even see down here. Not even sure I got that. Let's look. It might have cut off. It did not. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the same thing with that. And that might make it a little bit easier to mask and fade. Oh. I was on the right level when I said that, right? And I just covered up that whole thing. That can't be right. Yeah. This level right here. Alright, let's take the building out of the picture here because it picked up all of that. Yeah, let's get rid of the windows. We'll get rid of that too, just for shits and giggles. Alright, now we will... No, I don't want any copy. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. We will generate fill that. Remove object. Okay. The old knuckles getting sore. Look at that, guys. 4 hours of streaming. That's a rip for me. On day 2 of all things. That's not bad. You can't really tell the difference in any of those, to be honest with you. They're so freaking dark. Oh, I guess I can see it here. Okay, I can see it at an angle. And yeah, and yeah, and yeah. I mean, there's no real difference between those two, to be honest with you. Alright, so that is part of this. We're going to put these two together. Alright, now we got to turn back on. All the shit we turned off. Yeah. Alright. Now, do a little fadey fade. Alright. And let's see if we can distort this a bit and make it any bigger. Is that going to make it any bigger? Is it that way? Oh, there we go. Come on. Up the page. I'd like to see the top, please. Thank you. Alright, so if I stretch that like that, that's not really any different than expanding it, basically. So let's go ahead and instead of distort, we will just do a regular everyday. Free transform. Stretch this bad boy across the screen a bit. We will even take him down there. Here we go. Boom. This is edging. Okay. Here we go. Alright, so this is much bigger than the space that we need, obviously. But that is what we want to go with, so we can kind of fade this into the background. Think of it like we're making the night sky in the background. You're not going to see a whole lot of it. trust me, you will notice if it is not there. Right. Now it's not going to be perfect, and you may have to Control Z, undo a few things as you go along. But the goal is to get most of the shading in there, most of that blue. All this back here, you want that to cover as much area as possible. See, the tree extends out here, so we can actually get more detailed with it there. And see, that's kind of where it stops. So if we were to leave that there and zoom out, and then bam, there we go. See, this looks a little more cohesive. We're going to have to work on this area. I think this brick up here is going to have to go higher, like up on this side, so you get like the, just a little bit, just a little fade in there. Honestly, you know what we might be able to do is let's take the tree out, because we're not using most of that area over there. Let's take the tree out. Let's take out that. Let's take out her. Alright, so all we're going to do, and kind of a sneaky trick, but we're going to pull it anyway, just because we can. We are going to take this area right here. That. Ba-bum-bum. We're going to copy merge that. We are going to paste in place. And then we're going to move it up here. But we're going to flip it the other way, like we do. Yeah, there we go, because this should be able to interconnect with some of that right there. I don't need the brick to go all the way up. I just want to get a little bit of brick up here. That last one might not have worked real well. Let's pull this out of there. Alright, now let's put the tree back in. We're starting to get a scene going on here. Just a little bit. Check that out. It's starting to come together from what we can see. And when you zoom in hard, see, you still get the brick. You still get the brick walls here. You got this little bit of light we got to figure out what to do with. I don't know if I'm going to duplicate this and put some of it up here as well, so it kind of cascades a bit. We might have to do that. I'm going to have to take a cut of this, slap it up here, make it slightly opaque, or blend it so it fits into the background. Because when you blend it, it almost kind of becomes transparent to a certain degree. So if you do that, you can make it a little transparent. Still get the light blue, make it fill in with the brick that's already there. Make it look more natural. You need to get rid of that right there. You got a little nugget of a tree we need to remove. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of that right now. There we go. And we'll cover that with some more red brick. Actually, we should be able to do it with that red brick. Matter of fact, duplicate, and we will just slide him down here. Do 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 do. Yeah, something like that. Something like that should work. Alright, let's do one of these. I'm in the wrong window. That keeps being a problem. Alright, here we go. This thing keeps popping up. I'm not sure what that's doing. Alright. Now, let's get rid of quite a bit of this. Because I just want le brick. Sorry, this isn't a little more entertaining, guys, but unfortunately this is the gig a lot of times. You're working late, working in the dark. Everybody else is asleep. For some reason you are still up making it happen. Don't ask me why we do it. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Just cover that spot up. That's good enough. What we'll probably end up doing later is some of this blue up here, get a little more red in there. I don't know. We'll play with that. We'll play with that. I don't know. I'm still concerned that she's too big, too tall. Hmm. What do we think? Do we think she's too tall? Think she's too big? I don't know. Let's see her a little smaller. I feel like she's just a little too oversized. Yeah, like I feel like she needs to be like there. I don't know. Oh, this doesn't have the bottom beat on it either. Yeah, there we go. Okay. My bad. We didn't have the forest up high enough. Still. Why are we not moving? We're not in the... Okay. Let's move this over a bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. Keep her right there. I think that's fine. All right. I gotta get rid of the thing above your head here because that's rather strange, and it's throwing me off. There we go. All right. So now we got her in there a little bit anyway. Not to be dangerous. Finally hitting over the 4-hour mark. Not too bad. Alright, this is starting to turn into an image. What do you think? Now, as you can see, right now, this cover is roughly, not counting the 3 it's in there, if we just called it one thing for the logo, you'd have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19 layers. So probably 20 plus. I mean, severely 20 plus, because we still got to do the windows and everything. So yeah, this thing will be over, 20 plus, maybe 30 by the time we get done, layers of an image. However, in order to fix some of the detail work, in order to do some of the, the more detailed editing and whatnot, if we're going to get in here and get some of these, some of the edges of the windows so they don't look the same, if we're going to get in here and change some of this red brick so it kind of it evens out a little bit with the rest of the gray in there. Like, I don't mind having some red brick here. We got to figure out something to do with that because the color's throwing everything off. And we've got to figure out what to do with the foliage here. We've got content to put down here, but it's minimal. So as long as it's dark-ish, this can all be foliage and whatever. And yeah, so I think what we may end up doing is our next thing, I think, is going to be trying to get some vines that go up these walls a little bit here. Get some vinage, as I like to call it. But the way to do that is, let's go look real quick at Midjourney. We got this tree from there. So what we may be able to do is the same kind of deal. And just add these in, put this up, same image as Omni reference. Add growing vines and vines with thorns to the brick wall areas between the windows. I have absolutely no idea how it's going to pick that up. So let's drop this to 250. That's our Omni reference. In this particular case, what I would like to do is switch this to landscape and see if it can give me a wider range of what I'm looking for. It might not. We have to go back to vertical. We'll see. We might be able to expand the window that we're looking at, so we have a little more room to play with. Alright, we got a little bit of vintage going on here. This looks like a stretched version of basically what we have. I love how the vines are not where they need to be at all. They're around the brick wall. That's great, but it's not part of the image. Let's see if we need to omni-reference that down, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Well, this is definitely not doing it. Yeah, this is not getting anywhere near what we need to be doing. So, let's try a little bit harder. We're going to give it one more shot, and then we will go to an alternate route to get our vines. Let's see if going up heavy here does the trick. I don't think it will, but you never know. You never know. Oh. Let's see. Oh, we got extra windows. I got a whole extra house over there. Yeah, I'm not seeing vines on the walls. They're just not getting it there. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this bad boy here. Or better yet, let's be better. So sometimes when AI isn't doing what you want it to do with the previous images that you were using, the best thing for you to do is actually take the entire background of what you're working on. Just take the whole thing. Save it as a file. Alright, save it as a file. And throw this sucker in the mid-journey as is. I think we're doing 4 or 5. Or are we doing 3, 4? I think we're doing 3, 4. 4, 4, 5. Let's do 3, 4. Alright, so we go and we update. Boop, 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 boop. Wonderland, Wonderland, Wonderland. Dun, dun, dun. Cover art, mod 2. Now it's pretty big. It's a large file. I may not take it. We'll see. Because again, that's full color print, which is usually larger than what you find on the web. All right, it's got it in there. Great, wonderful, wonderful. And now we will take. I wonder if we can pull it off this way. Let's try the Omni reference now with the exact wall on there at 200 and just do same exact. Let's do add large amounts of vine coverage over thorny vine coverage across the brick walls and windows. Bang on. Let's see what it comes up with here. There we go. We're back to vertical. All right. Well, I don't know what was going on there, but that is not what we asked for. Those are not vines, and that is not the right style. That is wild what it did there. No, it is not liking that at all. I mean, it definitely did some vines, but not exactly what I was looking for. All right. Let's try this one more time. We may take out the watercolor stylings on it. It may not like that very much. Maybe confused as to why exactly we are doing that. It is just not picking up this image. It's very strange. Let's look at that. It's making all of its own stuff, whatever it decides to do. It's not using this image at all. Let's go ahead and dump the stylization and just have it back it off the Omni reference and see if that does it. It might not. Might just say forget about it and move on with its day. I mean, I'm seeing great vinage, but I don't understand why it's not taking my image. vine is wicked. But I can't do anything with that. So we're gonna try it a different way. Just in case it might work. Won't know until we try. So instead of this haberdashery, we are going to take yeah, we'll give it a try. Why not? Why not? What's worse that can happen? It says no. Alright, so we're going to pick up this whole area here. I would like to add thorny, add heavy, thorny vines growing over the brick background, going over the background. What was I gonna say? In the expressive. All right. Let's see if it can do it. Maybe. It might not. We may have to get into some crazy Photoshop to make that happen. Those are definitely vines. They are definitely thorny. They are definitely super large and look like random bamboo. We need a little more than that, AI. Come on now. What is that? Yeah. Background. Match style of vines with background imaging. Let's see if that picks it up. It might not. Sometimes you have to try several commands for AI. Sometimes it won't even listen to you. Like I said, 19-year-old assistant that kind of has its own ideas. That's what it turns into sometimes. Nope. I'm getting nothing but Godzilla roots over here, so we are going to skip that monster. That did not work out the way we had planned. I think what we're going to do is we're going to put this back over in image prompt. And I'm going to go with create a brick wall similar to the image prompt. Similar to the style and color in the image prompt. And cover it with thorny vines growing all over. try that. A little bit of prompting on our own, because what we've got working so far is not working so far. Excuse the yawn in there, guys. It's been a long day. What do we got? Create a dark gray brick wall. Gee, I gotta tell this thing everything. Read the image. That's what you're supposed to be doing, is reading the image. I'm telling you, the AI that they talk about when you are using social media, that's not what we get. That's not what we have access to. You are not making a whole movie in half an hour. You're not making a whole movie in 24 hours. That's not... The professional level stuff, sure, you want to pay $200 a month for whatever service of your choosing you happen to like, then be my guest. That's exactly the kind of stuff you'll get. You'll get the high-end deals. The rest of us here at the working on the bottom tier don't get that. You got to work a little bit harder for it. Okay. Alright, let's try one more time. Amping up the stylization so it gives us a little more image color. If it doesn't give me what I'm looking for on this one, I'm gonna slap that image in both the image prompt and the style guide and see if it picks it up that way. It might. Like, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that. But it's not going to work on that brick wall. Alright, I wonder if we copy this. Let's see if it even works. It might work. Who knows? Let's slap it in there. I slapped it all the way at the bottom, didn't it? Alright. Let's just see, for the giggles of it all, if I were to put this, I don't know, like there. No, none of those are going to pick it up that well. I didn't think so. Yeah, and if you lighten it, you're going to see the brick through half of it too, so that's not going to work. Alright. It legit needs to be on a dark gray brick background. So let's try it again. On a very dark gray brick wall. You know what? Nope. We're just going to leave it the way it is and run it that way for right now. Let's see if that does it. Thinking about it. Nah. That has possibilities. I don't know, I like that. Or even if I like that, to be honest with you. I'm gonna try a zoomed out version of that and see how that works. Well, these are all kind of insane. And all pretty much the same except for the stuff at the top here. Alright, let's try this. I may have to darken it in Photoshop because this is so much darker than... Yeah, look at how bright that is. Even that brick isn't dead enough. We don't need to be crazy dark. Excuse me. There we go. Now we're starting to get some changing there. I don't think it's even the right size, to be honest with you. Let's try it out. So we're going to try to match the window height just by eye. So it gives me a little bit of, hopefully, the right size of the plants. That seems about right. And this is probably not going to overlay very well, but we're going to give it a shot. Just to see what it looks like. Okay, so you can darken it That's not really the vines I'm looking for this either. I'm looking for like small thin vines. Small thin vines. All right. Alright, thinking about that one. Alright, what do we got? Well, that's not really a whole lot better. And cover it with a multitude of small, thin, thorny vines creeping up the wall. Let's go ahead and put you in as a style reference as well, because you are just not picking up what I'm putting down. See, now this one's got some of the tree parts in it. I don't really know if that's what we're looking for. Kind of getting there, though. Alright. That's not exactly what I was looking for, but... Interesting. 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 I don't feel like you know what this looks like. Yeah, so all you people out there that look at AI and think, oh, you know, it's stealing a designer's content and their style, and it's using all of them for reference, and it's taking something that already exists and it's giving it to you for free. I hate to tell you, first of all, that's always how it's worked, whether you had AI or not. There is a famous line. I couldn't tell you who said it first or where it can be attributed to, but I've heard it countless times over the years, and it's one of the things that's kind of standard in the design business. And it's the good artists borrow and the best artists steal. It's just a rule that we always have. I've had stuff stolen from me. Some people consider that flattery. I still call it theft. But it happens a lot with design because unless you take the time to go through the copyright process, the trademark process, the putting everything under an LLC, protecting yourself legally and all that, everything is out there. It's just available for people to use. I hate to tell you, but once the internet became the internet, if it's on there, you can have it. Unless it's trademark, copyright, all those things, then you can't have it. But other than that, you can pretty much take whatever you want. In the days before there were the popular stock photo websites and websites that had different nicks and knacks and bits and pieces and different clip art and icons and just graphics that you could use. Before any of that existed, you just had to use what was on Google Images. Because there was nothing else. Unless you were paying for one of those services to grab all your content from, you were going to Google Images because all that stuff is on there is free to use from the web. So I can't really get behind the whole you're stealing from artists because I've designed for 20 years and I've had stuff stolen from me. Go cry a river to somebody who cares. It's just it's a easy argument to have when you're not an actual designer. Now I understand, I get it. The whole by using AI you're putting illustrators out of work. Other people might be putting illustrators out of work. I was never intending on using any illustrators. I was intending on illustrating everything myself. So all this is doing is saving me, the illustrator, a bunch of time. There were no jobs that were lost in the process of making any of this because there were no jobs to begin with. This whole thing has been a production of Phil and I running CCG ourselves and making this product happen. And for all intents and purposes, from everything we've heard, from everyone that's looked at what we've done, the partners that we're working with, and the connections we've made in the industry to put this Kickstarter together and this product together, no one is questioning, what we're putting out and the product level that we're working at because we are putting everything into this and putting this up at the top level if we can. So, still not getting the vines I'm looking for. They are just coming out kind of ratty, right? I wonder if we take one of these, since it's, whoa, hey, there you go, I went down too far. Since it's finally got the brick coloring, it looks like in here, or at least in a couple of these. Let's take that and do some subtle and strong with it and see what happens. Yeah, so sorry for the rant, but it just reminded me, looking at all this stuff on here that you would think that some artist somewhere in some design style had made vines on a brick wall. Why is it not? Why is it not thieving? Why is it not stealing? It's really not. It's repurposing content styles, pieces. It's not taking a full piece of art and then giving you that same piece of art, saying, here, you can have it. That would be stealing. Really, all it's doing is giving you a comprehensive style guide, and it's putting it all in one place and making it individually accessible to you, which you could do manually on the web yourself. It just takes longer to do it. AI is generally a origination machine. It's a regurgitation machine. So you're taking bits and pieces that have already been out there on the web and trying to put it together, or a style you're trying to put it together. And even when we take graphics, or I take graphics out of this and I put them into, what I'm doing, I'm not using the whole image. I'm stripping stuff out of it that I don't need, and adding in extra stuff that's not there. That's the nature of creation, is playing with it until you figure out exactly what you want and really where you want this to go. Um, and when you start limiting that in really any fashion, um, that's when you kind of start killing art. So, just the way I look at it. I could be wrong. All right, we're gonna take this bad boy here, and we are going to drop him into our image and see how we feel about him. There we go. Now I think this might work. Now it's going to run across Windows. No, that might work there. Let's try it. Are those bricks about the same size? They look to be. Oh. And we are creeping up on 5 hours here, cranking things along. Alright, now look at this thing up close. So you can kind of see where the vines go. So if we put them in here, this vine would go like in front of the window. I guess you could probably get it to do that. It will not be easy to add, I can tell you that much. I'm not even sure it's worth it. Is it worth it? Well, that's not too bad. All right, we're gonna play with this for a minute and see if we can make it work. We might be able to. I don't know. Yeah, I feel if I duplicate that, put it darker on there, it's still not, you're still not going to be able to get it in there. I think the vines are going to be too difficult to get in. So we're not looking too bad. We hit 5 hours today. Well, 5 hours in this session. I think it was 2.5 in the other one. So we've done cranked it out. What do we want to do? Not really feeling the vines. I don't know if that's the right way to go. Yet. I think next step is going to be chopping out the windows and getting the scene that goes in the left windows and the scene that goes in the right windows done, overlaid, or underlaid as we're going to do it. And I think that's going to be the major thing. We'll still have to figure out the stuff on the ground here and a little bit more, foliage and whatnot after the fact. But I honestly think that is going to be an issue for tomorrow. What we can do, though, is... That's not what I was looking for. Let's go back down here a little bit and see if we can pick up. Ooh, way too much. Some extra ground foliage. Does this kind of look like what we've got going on here? Not really. Okay. I think we need something a little more wild. So that's that. So the way we do that is if you have an image that has pieces of things that you want in it, but it's not like you need more of it or you need different options or whatever. Like we used the picture of the wall and we used, like we had this stuff down here at the bottom and all this foliage and different Wonderland-esque colors. So what we can do is we can take this and we can say, I'd like some subtle variance on that. Now it's going to give us roughly the same thing, but it's going to give us a variety of flora and fauna to choose from. So we should be able to grab something from here and add that as like a secondary layer, or like we put it over this part and then we layer it in front here, and then that way once we do the actual the actual watercolor over it, once we change that over, it should kind of merge a lot of that together. Because if you look at, let's save this real quick. If you look at the cover for the first module, look at the paintwork down here. It's not super specific. It's very Bob Ross-like Happy Little Trees. It's very well painted, but it's very generalized. And some of this back here is specific, and that's great, which is it's meant to be. But you can see kind of the grainy painting and the watercolor imaging that kind of goes over it. This is just a little too detailed, a little too storybook, a little too like pencil drawn. Even though when you zoom into it, it's very obviously watercolor. Like you zoom into these windows and it looks like it's painted. Like I get that. And again, you're going to be looking at it in a medium that's 8.5 by 11 right in front of you, so you're only going to see so much actual detail. But once we flip this over into that watercolor, some of this is going to be generalized a little bit more, especially the plant life. The foliage life tends to get blended together a bit. So we can go ahead and grab something that we've already got here from Midjourney and kind of pop it out. Like, look at this. You got all this fern activity going on here. So you got some kind of creature rolling around in there too. There we go. That's nice. That's not bad. That's pretty ambitious. So we take that. So we've got that already. So I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to keep this, like this side over here where all this stuff is, and then we're going to rip this out and put new stuff there. So if we do that, is that the new stuff we want? That is a good question. The only way to really find out, copy and slap it in there. Alright, and as you can see, this kinda fits in here. I don't even know if we'll be able to use it or not, but we'll give it a shot. We're gonna give it a try here. Why did that just kick off? Alright. 53. Let's see if we can fade this bad boy down. Here we go. Getting a little bit closer. Let's get the center sections out here with the windows. There we go. That's giving us a little bit better look. We're gonna merge a little bit of it together. You're gonna get a little bit of overlap. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, don't use it. That's pretty much how it works. So we're gonna cut this down here. There we go. Humming right along. And, oh, a little too far there. This would go so much faster if I had my mouse back. Still don't know what happened. It just kind of died out of nowhere. That is a problem for Morrow. Alright, that looks relatively solid. Let's get rid of whatever this monkey is over here. So it blends in a little bit better. See, now if you notice, it's turning into something else. Like, it's not even all the way across. We're still going to replace this section here, but I feel like this fits in there a little bit better. We can fill this up a little bit, so maybe it goes above the windows. We're going to yank this part out completely because it just looks like a pile of garbage and feathers from what I can tell. It doesn't even look like plants. Let's see. Yeah, see, that looks a little bit better. Maybe we're going a little crazy on the plants here at the bottom. Well, guys, I think I'm about done for the night. I think we've done plenty of work. We've got 20 plus layers going on here. We've got Lorena on the inside, windows everywhere. I think we've finally gotten this down to a bit of a science. We should be able to finish it up tomorrow, move on to the next thing. We will save this and call it a night. It's been one long day, and we'll save this baby, and probably in a week or so it'll be up on YouTube or Patreon or both. When you get a chance, check out our Kickstarter, check out our website, creative-catastrophe.com. Pretty much everywhere on socials is Creative Catastrophe Games. One more time, we are working on Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes, and I am your host, Kyle, the Design Merc, building this thing one step at a time. I think we've had enough for the night. I guess we can say good evening, and everybody get some rest. Signing off.